Hello everyone. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I had been driving for hours. The long, winding road cut through the barren landscape, miles of nothing stretching in every direction. It was supposed to be a peaceful solo trip, a chance to clear my head. But somewhere between the small towns and empty highways, I got tired. Not just tired in the way that a cup of coffee could fix, but bone-deep exhausted. When I saw a flickering neon sign for a motel ahead, I didn't think twice. I pulled in, grateful for the break. The motel wasn't much to look at, just a single row of rooms, each with its own door facing the parking lot. The sign said vacancy, but it didn't seem like anyone else was staying there. The parking lot was empty except for a dusty car at the far end. I parked my car close to the office, grabbed my overnight bag, and headed inside. The man at the front desk looked like he hadn't moved from his spot in years. He barely looked up from the small TV on the counter as I walked in. "Room for the night?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. He nodded slowly, pushed a small key across the counter without saying a word. No paperwork, no questions, just the key cold and metal in my hand. The tag attached to it read Room 6. I should have known right then that something was off. But the tiredness clouded my thoughts, making me more eager to fall asleep than to notice anything strange. Room 6 was at the far end of the row, furthest from the office. I could see my car from the door, which gave me a bit of comfort. The door creaked loudly when I opened it, and the inside of the room was as basic as it got, just a bed, a small dresser, and a dusty TV mounted on the wall. The window had thin curtains that barely blocked out the light from the parking lot, but I was too tired to care. All I wanted was sleep. I locked the door from the inside, tossed my bag onto the dresser, and collapsed onto the bed. The mattress was hard, the pillows thin, but none of that mattered. Sleep came quickly, pulling me under like a heavy blanket. When I woke up, it was still dark outside. The cheap digital clock on the nightstand said it was 3:17 a.m. My mouth was dry, and I could feel a dull ache in my neck from the strange angle I had been lying in. I rolled over, ready to go back to sleep when I noticed something odd. The door was locked from the outside. I sat up quickly, the covers falling off my lap. My eyes traced the metal latch, flipped in a way that shouldn't have been possible, unless someone had locked it from the hallway. I stood up and walked to the door, my heart beating faster now. I tugged at the handle, trying to shake it loose, but it wouldn't budge. The lock was solid, trapping me inside. I pressed my ear to the door, hoping to hear something. Footsteps, voices, anything, but there was only silence. I stood there for a few minutes, waiting, my fingers gripping the door handle so tight it hurt. Nothing. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, planning to call the front desk, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. This place was probably too far from anything for a decent connection. I paced around the room, feeling the walls closing in on me. It was just me in this tiny room with no way out. The window seemed like my only option. I pulled the curtains aside and looked out into the parking lot. It was empty, except for the same dusty car at the far end. No one was outside. I tried the window latch, but it was sealed tight. It wouldn't open no matter how hard I pushed. I was stuck. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe the front desk guy locked it by accident, thinking I had already left. I knocked on the door, hoping someone would hear. But after a few minutes with no response, I gave up. I went back to the bed and sat down, my eyes darting around the room. Something felt wrong. It wasn't just the door. It was everything. The stillness, the silence. I could feel it now, like the air in the room had thickened. My skin prickled, and every small sound seemed louder. The hum of the TV, the creak of the bed frame as I shifted my weight. I decided to wait until morning. There was no point in panicking now. Surely someone would come by. Maybe a cleaning lady, maybe the same man from the front desk. Someone had to let me out. I lay back down on the bed, trying to keep my eyes closed, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept running in circles, thoughts bouncing off each other, each one worse than the last. Had someone come into my room while I slept? I hadn't heard anything, but the door was locked from the outside. Someone had to have been in here. Maybe they were still in here. I shot up, my heart hammering now, and scanned the room. It was small. There weren't many places to hide, but I hadn't checked the bathroom. I stood up slowly, inching toward the door. The bathroom was dark, the light switched just outside. My hand shook as I reached for it. When I flipped it on, the light buzzed to life, casting a harsh glow over the small, tiled space. It was empty. Just a sink, a toilet, and a shower stall. I pulled the shower curtain back, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. I let out a shaky breath and turned off the light. I was alone, but that didn't make me feel any better. I sat back on the bed, wrapping my arms around my knees, and waited. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I wasn't sure anymore. Time seemed to stretch out in the darkness. I kept staring at the door, willing it to open, for someone to explain what was going on. At some point, I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, light was creeping in through the curtains. It was morning. The clock on the nightstand said 7:22 a.m. I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the door, hoping the lock had been fixed overnight. But it was still the same. Locked. I banged on the door now, harder than before. "Hello," I yelled. "Can anyone hear me? I'm locked in." My voice echoed in the small room, but no one answered. I kept banging until my hands hurt, but there was nothing, just silence. I slumped against the door, trying to figure out what to do next. My mind was racing. Why would someone lock me in? Was this some kind of sick joke? I thought about breaking the window, but the glass looked thick, and I didn't have anything heavy enough to break it. Then, just as I was about to start yelling again, I heard a noise, a soft click. I jumped to my feet and grabbed the handle. It turned easily this time, and the door swung open. I stepped outside, blinking in the bright sunlight. The parking lot was still empty. No one was around. The motel office looked the same, the windows dark. I walked over to the office, trying the door. It was locked. I knocked, but there was no answer. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at the empty parking lot, the dusty car at the far end, the row of motel rooms, each door shut tight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whoever had locked me in was still around, hiding somewhere waiting. Without thinking, I ran to my car and threw my bag in the back seat. I didn't care about getting my money back. I just needed to leave. I started the engine and pulled out of the lot, my eyes scanning the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out from the shadows. But there was no one. The motel shrank in the distance, disappearing behind me as I sped down the highway. Even after I was miles away, the feeling stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about that door, locked from the outside. Someone had been in my room. Someone had locked me in. But why? I didn't have any answers, and somehow that made it worse. As I drove away from the motel, I kept replaying the night over and over in my head. No matter how much I tried to make sense of it, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me the whole time I was trapped in that room. What bothered me the most was that the door had been locked from the outside. Someone had done that deliberately. Whoever it was, they had been careful enough not to leave any trace of their presence. The whole situation felt planned, like I had been part of something I couldn't understand. A few days later, I couldn't resist the urge to search online for anything about that motel. Maybe I'd find bad reviews, stories of other travelers who experienced something similar. But there was nothing. In fact, the motel didn't even show up on any maps. The address was just an empty lot. No buildings, no signs, as if the place had never existed. My heart sank. Whatever happened that night, whatever was real or wasn't, I knew one thing for sure. I always hated travelling by train. Something about the confined space, the clattering noise of the wheels, and the way the seats seemed too close together made me anxious. But this trip was supposed to be different. I was headed to see an old friend, someone I hadn't seen in years, and the excitement of catching up with them was enough to push my discomfort to the back of my mind. It was a foggy morning when I arrived at the station. The fog was thick, making everything look slightly blurred, and there weren't many people around. The platform felt strangely empty, but I figured it was just because it was so early. I checked my watch. 6:30 a.m. My train was scheduled for 6:45, and I still had some time to kill. I walked over to the small kiosk at the end of the platform to grab a coffee, but the man behind the counter looked half asleep and told me the machine was broken. Great. No coffee, no people, and nothing to distract me from my nerves. I pulled my ticket from my coat pocket and double-checked the details. Train 11:27 to Crestford, departing at 6:45 from Platform 3. I glanced at the platform sign. Platform 3, it read, clear as day. I was in the right place. At 6:40, the train pulled in. It looked older than I expected, the kind of train that feels like it belongs in a different time. The paint was chipped in some places, and the windows were tinted so dark that I couldn't see inside. I paused for a second, wondering if this was the right train after all, but there were no other trains scheduled at this time. This had to be it. I stepped on board and made my way to my seat, 14B, next to a window. The interior of the train was dim, with the lights flickering every now and then, but it didn't seem too unusual. Maybe it was just old. There were only a few other passengers scattered throughout the car. Most of them looked half asleep, their heads resting against the windows or drooping forward. I sat down and put my ticket back in my pocket. A few minutes later, the train jolted to life, pulling away from the station with a loud creak. I leaned back, trying to get comfortable, and let my mind wander to the weekend ahead. My friend had always been a bit of a prankster, but I knew we'd have a good time reminiscing about the old days. It would be a nice break from the monotony of my everyday life. It wasn't long before the conductor came through the car, checking tickets. He was an older man, with deep lines etched into his face, and his uniform looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. Something about his expression made me uneasy, but I shrugged it off as my nerves getting the better of me again. When he reached my seat, I reached into my pocket to pull out my ticket, but it wasn't there. I checked the other pocket, then my backpack, and even the seat next to me, but the ticket was gone. I had just looked at it minutes ago. How could it have disappeared? My heart started beating faster as I turned to the conductor trying to explain. I swear I had it. I just had it in my pocket. Maybe it fell over. The conductor didn't seem to care. He shook his head slowly, his eyes locked on mine with an unsettling calmness. "There's no need to look for it," he said in a low voice. "The ticket you're searching for doesn't exist." I blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "I bought it this morning. Train 11:27 to Crestford." His expression didn't change. "There is no train 11:27. I stared at him, my stomach twisting. "What?" "Of course there is. I'm on it, aren't I?" His gaze shifted to the window for a moment, then back to me. "This train isn't part of the regular schedule. It hasn't been for a very long time." I felt a chill creep up my spine. That doesn't make any sense. I bought a ticket. I saw the schedule. This is platform 3, right? The conductor's eyes seemed to darken, and he leaned in slightly, his voice just above a whisper. "You boarded the wrong train. You shouldn't be here." Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, leaving me sitting there with my heart racing and my thoughts spinning. I sat frozen in my seat, trying to make sense of what he had just said. No train 11:27. Not part of the regular schedule. Was this some kind of joke? I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was 7:00 a.m. We had been moving for about 15 minutes. But when I tried to open the train company's app to check the schedule, my phone wouldn't connect. No signal. That wasn't too surprising, since we were probably in a rural area by now, but it still left me feeling more anxious. I looked around at the other passengers. No one seemed concerned. A few people were still asleep, their heads slumped forward, while others stared blankly out the windows. I got up and walked down the aisle, hoping to find anyone, who might know what was going on. I reached the next car, but it was empty, completely empty. No passengers, no conductor. Just row after row of vacant seats, the same dim lights flickering overhead. I walked farther down the train, but each car I entered was just as empty as the last. I tried to tell myself that maybe the other passengers were farther ahead, in the front cars. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. This wasn't normal. I stopped in the middle of the aisle, unsure of what to do. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was alone, even though I had seen other people just minutes ago. Where had they all gone? And what did the conductor mean when he said I shouldn't be here? Turning back, I hurried to return to my seat. Maybe I just missed something, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But when I got back to my car, the passengers who had been there before were gone. Every seat was empty. Panic surged through me. I stood in the middle of the car, looking frantically around for any sign of life. Had they all gotten off at some stop while I was walking through the train? But no, there hadn't been any stops. The train hadn't even slowed down. I ran to the window and looked outside, but all I could see was fog. Thick, swirling fog that seemed to wrap around the train, blocking out everything else. There were no buildings, no signs, not even trees, just an endless grey mist. I stumbled back into my seat, breathing hard. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of nightmare, or maybe I was still half asleep. I pinched myself hard, hoping the sharp pain would jolt me awake. But nothing changed. The train kept moving, the fog kept swirling, and I was still very much awake. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the lights overhead dimmed even further, until they were barely more than a faint glow. The train seemed to slow down, and a heavy silence settled over everything. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, loud and fast. Then, without warning, the train stopped. I sat there, frozen, staring at the door at the far end of the car. I didn't want to get up, but I knew I had to. Something was wrong with this train, very wrong, and I couldn't just sit there waiting for whatever was going to happen next. Slowly, I stood up and made my way to the door. I reached out to push it open, but before I could touch it, the door slid open on its own with a soft hiss. I stepped through and found myself standing in a dark, narrow hallway. The walls were close, almost suffocating, and the air felt heavy. I couldn't hear anything except for my own breathing and the soft hum of the train's engine. At the end of the hallway, I saw a faint light. I started walking toward it, my footsteps echoing in the quiet. The closer I got, the more the light flickered, as if it was struggling to stay on. I reached the door at the end and pushed it open, stepping into what looked like the conductor's compartment. But it was empty. The controls were covered in dust, and the seat was torn and worn, like no one had used it in years. A single window looked out into the fog, but it was so thick that I couldn't see anything beyond it. I felt a cold shiver run through me. This train wasn't just strange, it was impossible. None of this should be happening. The empty seats, the disappearing passengers, the fog that seemed to go on forever, it didn't make sense. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me with a loud bang, making me jump. I rushed to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Suddenly, the soft hum of the train grew louder, a low rumbling sound that shook the walls around me. The lights flickered wildly, and the air seemed to thicken, pressing in on me from all sides. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I heard it. A voice, whispering. It was so faint that I couldn't make out the words, but it was there, somewhere behind me. I spun around, but there was no one, just the empty conductor's compartment, the dusty controls, and that endless fog outside. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, like it was trying to tell me something. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block it out, but it seeped through, filling my head with a low, droning sound that made my skin crawl. I had to get out of there. I ran back to the door, pulling at the handle with all my strength, but it still wouldn't open. The whispering was louder now, almost deafening, and the walls seemed to close in on me, the space shrinking tighter and tighter. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, everything stopped. The lights went out, the whispering faded into silence, and the train was still. I don't know how long I stood there in the dark, my hands gripping the door handle, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. But eventually, the door opened on its own, and I found myself back in the passenger car. The lights were back on, and the train was moving again, as if nothing had happened. Except now, I was completely alone. It had been a long day. My brain felt fried from back-to-back meetings and endless small talk. All I wanted to do was collapse on the hotel bed, maybe order some room service, and watch mindless TV until I passed out. The kind of night that's supposed to be routine when you travel for work. Nothing exciting, nothing strange, just pure, boring comfort. The hotel was one of those corporate chains. Clean enough, but completely forgettable. Beige walls, neutral carpets, and bland decor. I hardly even looked at my surroundings as I stepped off the elevator, trudged down the hallway, and stopped in front of my room -310. I swiped the key card, and the lock clicked open with a small beep. When I pushed the door open, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It wasn't bad, just different. Like someone else's perfume, mixed with old fabric. I stepped inside, and instantly stopped. The bed wasn't how I'd left it. In fact, the bed wasn't just messed up. It was scattered with things that definitely weren't mine. There was an open suitcase lying across the pillows, clothes draped over the armchair, and shoes on the floor next to the window. I stared, trying to make sense of it. Did housekeeping mess up? Did I leave my door open, and someone walked in? My mind raced through a dozen possible explanations, but none of them sat right. I walked farther into the room and looked closer. The clothes on the chair were men's shirts and pants, completely different from anything I owned. The suitcase was big and black, with a tag on it that had some stranger's name. I didn't dare touch it. My heart started beating faster. It wasn't the clothes or the suitcase that bothered me. It was the fact that I knew, without a doubt, that this wasn't how I'd left my room. I'd been in a rush that morning, but not enough to forget what my own stuff looked like. And yet, here I was, looking at someone else's belongings spread across the room. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was barely 8 p.m., not late, but I was tired enough for it to feel later. I decided to go downstairs and sort this out. Maybe there'd been a mix-up with the room assignments. Someone had probably been double-booked by mistake. The elevator ride felt too slow. The doors finally opened, and I made my way to the front desk. A young woman in a crisp uniform greeted me with a polite smile. "How can I help you?" Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think there's been some kind of mistake. I'm staying in room 310, but when I got back, someone else's stuff is all over my room. I think maybe you gave my room to someone else." She tilted her head slightly, fingers already tapping at her computer. "Room 310, you said?" "Yeah, I checked in this morning." She typed for a few more seconds, then looked up with that same polite smile. "I'm sorry, but it says here that room 310 is checked out to you only. No one else has access to that room." I blinked, caught off guard by her calm tone. "No, there's definitely someone else's stuff in there. I'm not imagining it." Her fingers flew over the keyboard again. She shook her head, still smiling, like this was all a small misunderstanding. "Our system doesn't show anyone else checked into your room. Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." I cut her off, more sharply than I intended. "There's a suitcase, clothes, everything. It's not mine." She gave me a sympathetic look, but her voice remained steady. "I'll send someone up with you to check. Just a moment." A security guard appeared, and I followed him back to the elevator. The silence between us was thick, and I felt a pit forming in my stomach. Something was wrong. The room felt wrong. And now this guy didn't even seem fazed. We reached the room, and I unlocked the door again, stepping aside to let him go in first. He looked around, taking everything in. His expression didn't change as he glanced at the bed, the suitcase, the clothes on the chair. "See," I said, pointing. "That's not mine. I don't know whose stuff that is, but I need it out of here." The guard walked over to the bed, but instead of checking the suitcase, he turned to me with a blank expression. "There's nothing here." I blinked, my mouth going dry. "What do you mean?" "It's right there." I felt dizzy, like the floor might tilt beneath me. I swear, there was someone's stuff. I'm not making this up. The guard nodded, but there was something hollow about the gesture. "Maybe you just need some rest. Sometimes after a long day, things can get confusing." Confusing? I wasn't confused. I was certain of what I saw, but it was here. I'm not losing my mind. The guard didn't argue. He just gave a small nod and headed back toward the door. "If you need anything else, let the front desk know." I watched him leave, the door clicking shut behind him, and then I stood there, alone in the room, staring at the empty space where I could have sworn someone else's things had been. The suitcase, the clothes, it had all been there. I sat down on the bed, my hands shaking. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I'd imagined it. But that didn't make sense. I wasn't crazy. I'd seen it all clearly. Someone had been here. I lay down, trying to push the thoughts out of my head, but my body refused to relax. Every noise in the room, every creak of the walls, made me sit up and look around. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, that maybe they were still nearby. Hours passed, but sleep didn't come. I tried to turn on the TV for background noise, but I couldn't focus on anything. My eyes kept darting to the door, expecting it to swing open. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted in and out of a light, restless sleep. At some point during the night, I woke up to a sound. It was faint, but enough to make my heart race. It came from the other side of the room. I squinted in the dim light, my vision blurry with sleep, and saw it, a shadow. It moved slowly, almost like it was floating near the bed. I bolted upright, reaching for the lamp on the nightstand. The light flickered on, and the shadow disappeared. But the feeling didn't. My chest was tight, breath coming in shallow gasps. I knew I wasn't alone. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, scanning every corner of the room. My eyes landed on the chair by the window. There, hanging over the back of it, was a shirt. The same one I'd seen earlier. A man's dress shirt. I shot out of bed and backed up against the wall, my mind racing. I wasn't imagining it this time. The shirt was there, as clear as day. My pulse thudded in my ears. I grabbed my phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed the front desk. It rang once, twice, 3 times before the same woman picked up. Her voice was calm, almost too calm. Front desk, how may I assist you? I couldn't control the tremor in my voice. Someone's in my room. She hesitated for a moment. What do you mean? There's someone's shirt in here. I didn't bring it. Someone else was here. Her voice remained level, but there was something strange in her tone. I can assure you, no one else has access to that room. You're the only one who's checked in. No, I said, my voice rising. I'm not alone. Someone's been in here. I can feel it. She was quiet for a moment. Would you like me to send security again? I don't care who you send. Just get someone up here. The phone clicked off, and I stood there, eyes locked on the chair. The shirt hung there, a silent reminder that something was horribly wrong. I kept glancing toward the door, waiting for the guard to come back, but as the minutes stretched on, no one arrived. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my jacket and threw it on, deciding to leave the room, even if I had to sleep in my car. But as I reached for the door, I heard it again, a sound behind me. I turned slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. The shirt was gone. The chair was empty again. But the smell from earlier, was stronger now, filling the room. It was the perfume. And then I heard a soft voice, like a whisper just behind my ear. You shouldn't have come back. I didn't wait. I bolted out the door, sprinting down the hallway and not stopping until I reached the lobby. The woman at the front desk stared at me with the same expression, like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just sent me back into that nightmare. I checked out that night, not caring about the cost or how late it was. I didn't want answers anymore. All I wanted was to leave that room behind. But even now, days later, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, I can still smell that perfume, lingering in the air. The motel was exactly what I expected. Cheap, run down, and stuck in the middle of nowhere. I had been driving for hours, my back aching from the car seat, and my eyes burning from staring at the road for too long. I didn't care about the peeling paint or the faded sign with missing letters. I just wanted to sleep. The woman at the front desk barely looked up when I walked in. She handed me a room key without saying a word. It was an old, scratched-up key, not one of those electronic cards most places use now. I should have seen that as a bad sign, but exhaustion took over. I just wanted a bed. Room 108. The room was as bad as the lobby. Worn carpet, a sagging mattress, and a strange musty smell that reminded me of wet clothes left too long in the laundry. But again, I didn't care. I threw my bag on the chair, kicked off my shoes, and lay down on the bed, not even bothering to get under the covers. My head hit the pillow, and I closed my eyes, already starting to drift off. Then I saw it. A tiny, blinking light above me. It was coming from the vent in the ceiling, directly over the bed. At first, I thought it was just a reflection, or maybe some weird electrical glitch. I tried to ignore it, but the light kept blinking. It wasn't regular, like a smoke detector or a thermostat. It blinked in short bursts, then stopped, then started again. I sat up, suddenly wide awake, my mind racing. What was it? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stood up on the bed and stared at the vent. It was hard to see inside from where I was, but I could make out something, a small dark object tucked behind the metal slats. I got off the bed, grabbed the chair from the corner, and dragged it over to the vent. Standing on it, I could finally see what was hidden there. A camera. It was small, almost unnoticeable, but there it was. Tucked behind the vent, facing the bed, its tiny lens watching every move. The blinking light was some kind of indicator, probably showing it was recording. My heart pounded in my chest. Who was watching me? And why? I yanked the camera out of the vent, the tiny wires snapping with a sharp tug. The blinking stopped. I climbed down from the chair, holding the camera in my hand, and stared at it. This wasn't some security device. It was hidden. Someone put it there on purpose, pointing directly at the bed. The motel was practically empty, and the parking lot was nearly deserted when I pulled in. There were only 2 other cars. Who could be doing this? My skin crawled at the thought of how many people might have stayed here, clueless that they were being recorded. Had they watched me since I checked in? I had to tell someone. I had to report this. I rushed back to the front desk, the camera clenched tightly in my hand. The woman was still there, barely moving, as if she hadn't budged since I checked in. I walked up to the counter and set the camera down in front of her, waiting for her reaction. "I found this in my room," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It was hidden in the vent above the bed. She looked down at the camera, then back up at me, her expression flat. "There aren't any cameras in the rooms," she said, her voice cold, almost robotic. I blinked. "I just pulled this out of the vent. Look, it's right here." She didn't even look at it. "We don't put cameras in the rooms." Was she serious? I picked up the camera and waved it in front of her face. "I found this in the vent. Someone is watching people in there. You have to do something." Her expression didn't change. She shrugged and said, "You're mistaken. There's no camera in the room." My heart started racing again, but not from fear. This time, it was frustration. "I'm holding it. How can you say there's no camera?" She shrugged again, looking down at her phone as if the conversation was over. I stared at her, my mind spinning. Was she involved? Did she know about this? Her complete lack of concern, the way she brushed off my accusations, it didn't make sense. I grabbed the camera and stormed out of the lobby, my thoughts racing. If the front desk wouldn't do anything, I'd have to handle it myself. I'd leave a review online, report the place to the police, something. Anything. Back in my room, I paced back and forth, feeling trapped and unsettled. I couldn't stay here, not after what I found, but I was too tired to get back on the road. Besides, if someone had put a camera in the vent, who knew what else they had done? Maybe they were watching me right now. Maybe there were more cameras I hadn't noticed yet. I scanned the room, looking for anything else that seemed off. The vents, the light fixtures, the smoke detector. I looked at everything with suspicion. I even checked the bathroom, feeling a pit in my stomach as I looked at the vent above the shower. But there was nothing else, just the one camera I had already found. The quiet of the room felt too heavy, like something was pressing in on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, even now. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows in the corners darker than they had been before. I had to get out of here. Grabbing my bag, I shoved my things inside as quickly as I could, not bothering to fold anything. I just needed to leave. But as I zipped up the bag and reached for my keys, something stopped me. A noise. It was faint, barely audible, but it was there. A soft, scratching sound, like something brushing against the walls. My eyes darted to the vent in the ceiling, the one where I had found the camera. The noise was coming from inside it. I stood frozen, staring at the vent, listening as the scratching grew louder. My heart raced as I realized it wasn't just a random noise. It was deliberate, like someone, or something, was moving inside the vent. I stepped back, my eyes locked on the vent, half expecting something to come crawling out of it. The noise grew louder, more frantic, like something was struggling to get free. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. The room was deathly quiet. I stood there, not moving, hardly breathing, waiting for whatever was in the vent to make its next move. But there was nothing, no sound, no movement. I slowly backed away from the vent, my eyes never leaving it. I reached for the door, my hand shaking as I turned the knob. But before I could pull the door open, a voice came from the vent. "Don't go." It was soft, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I couldn't mistake it. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice came again, this time a little louder. "Don't leave." I stared at the vent, my mind racing. Was someone inside? Was this some kind of twisted prank? But the voice didn't sound like a recording or a trick. It sounded real. Please. The desperation in the voice sent chills down my spine. Whoever, or whatever, it was, they were pleading with me. Without thinking, I grabbed the chair and climbed back up to the vent. My fingers shook as I removed the cover again, expecting to find another camera or something equally disturbing. But the vent was empty. No wires, no hidden cameras, no person inside. Just the dark, narrow tunnel leading through the walls of the motel. But then I heard it again, the voice. Closer now, as if it was right behind me. "Don't go." I whipped around, nearly falling off the chair. My eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the voice. But there was no one there. The door was still closed, the windows locked. I was alone. But the voice came again. "Please don't leave me." I couldn't stay here. I couldn't listen to that voice anymore. I jumped off the chair, grabbed my bag, and bolted out of the room. I didn't care what was going on or what I was leaving behind. I just needed to get out. As I sprinted down the hallway toward the parking lot, I could still hear the voice faintly calling after me. Don't go. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the door open. I threw my bag into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut behind me, locking it immediately. My breathing was ragged, my heart still racing, but I had made it out. I was safe. But as I sat there, trying to calm myself down, I felt a chill run down my spine. Slowly, I turned to look at the passenger seat. The camera I had ripped out of the vent was sitting there, where I had left it, its tiny red light blinking once again. And from behind me, I heard it. The voice. Don't leave. Business trips always felt routine to me. I've been traveling for work for years, staying in countless hotels, living out of suitcases. It all started to feel the same after a while. The same sterile rooms, the same polite but distant staff, the same hum of the air conditioner fighting to keep the room from feeling too cold or too hot. I was used to it. It never bothered me. Until this trip. I arrived at the hotel in a small town late in the evening. The flight had been long, and I was exhausted. When I checked in, the receptionist gave me a keycard with a tired smile and said, "Room 517, top floor. The elevators are just around the corner." The room looked like any other, a plain, beige design with a neatly made bed, a desk, a TV that I probably wouldn't turn on, and a small phone sitting next to the bed. I tossed my suitcase on the floor and sat down, trying to shake off the fatigue from traveling. After a quick shower, I decided to get some sleep. That's when the phone rang. It was a strange thing, hearing it ring at that hour. It was almost midnight, and I couldn't think of anyone who would be calling me. The hotel phone didn't display the caller ID, so I wasn't sure if it was from the front desk or something else. Maybe they got my name mixed up with another guest. I answered it. "Hello." Nothing. No sound, no voice. Just silence on the other end. I said hello. Again, a little louder, but still no response. It felt like someone was there listening, but whoever it was didn't speak. After a few more seconds of silence, I hung up. I chalked it up to some sort of prank or a wrong number, and despite feeling a bit on edge, I went to bed. The next night, I almost forgot about the call. I went about my day, attending meetings, eating a bland dinner from room service, and working on some reports for my job. It wasn't until I crawled into bed that the phone rang again, at the same time, just before midnight. This time, I was ready. I picked up the phone quickly. "Who is this?" I asked, feeling my heart beating faster. Again silence. The line was open, but no one answered. I strained to hear anything, any background noise, but there was only the dull hum of the hotel air conditioning. I stayed on the line for a while, waiting for something, anything, but there was nothing. I hung up again, now more frustrated than scared. Maybe it was just some sort of technical issue. Hotels often had old systems. Maybe it was a glitch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The third night, the call came again. Same time, same silence. This time, I felt a chill go down my spine when I picked up the phone. I didn't say anything at first. I just listened. I don't know how long I stood there, holding the receiver to my ear, but eventually I whispered, "Why are you doing this?" Of course, there was no answer. I was about to hang up when I thought I heard something. It was faint, barely there. A sound like breathing. I wasn't sure. It could have been static or my imagination. But it didn't sound like a machine. It sounded like a person. I didn't sleep well that night. Every little noise in the room seemed louder. The creak of the walls, the hum of the air conditioner. It all felt wrong, like the room was watching me. The next morning I went to the front desk. The woman behind the counter was polite, but she looked tired. "Excuse me," I said. "I've been getting strange phone calls late at night. I'm not sure what's going on, but I thought I'd mention it." She frowned a little, confused. "What kind of calls?" "Well, the phone rings around midnight, but when I pick it up, there's no one there. Just silence. It's happened 3 nights in a row." She glanced at her computer. "Let me check." After a few moments, she shook her head. "I don't see any record of outgoing or incoming calls to your room. The system logs everything. Are you sure it's the hotel phone?" "Positive," I said, feeling a bit uneasy now. "It's definitely the phone in the room." She looked at me with concern. "That's strange. Room 517, we haven't had that line connected in years." I stared at her, not quite understanding what she was saying. "What do you mean?" "The phone in that room, it shouldn't be able to make or receive calls. We disconnected it a long time ago due to some issues." "What kind of issues?" I asked, now feeling a pit in my stomach. She hesitated for a moment, then leaned in a little, lowering her voice. "A few years back, there was an incident in that room. A businessman, staying just like you, started getting strange phone calls late at night. Silent calls. He reported it to us, but we couldn't find any explanation. Then, one night, the calls just stopped. The next morning, housekeeping found him. She trailed off, her face grim." "Found him what?" I pressed. She took a breath. "Dead. He was sitting on the bed, the phone in his hand, but he wasn't alive anymore. The doctors said it was a heart attack, but there was something odd about it." "Odd how?" "The phone wasn't connected. The line was dead. It had been for years. After that, we disconnected the line permanently." I felt cold. "So why is it ringing now?" "I don't know," she admitted, clearly shaken. "But you're not the first person to report this. We've had a few guests in that room mention strange calls at night. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's always around midnight. And it's always room 517. I left the front desk feeling unnerved. I could have asked for a different room, but part of me didn't want to seem ridiculous. It was just a phone call after all. How dangerous could it be? That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what the receptionist had told me. I lay in bed, staring at the phone. It sat there, quiet, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. As midnight approached, I sat up, watching the clock. The minutes ticked by slowly, each second feeling heavier than the last. And then, right on time, the phone rang. My heart raced, but I didn't pick it up right away. I let it ring a few times, hoping it would stop on its own. It didn't. I finally reached out, my hand shaking as I lifted the receiver. "Hello," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. Silence. I listened, straining to hear anything, any hint of breathing or movement. But there was nothing. No static, no sound. Just the same heavy silence as before. But this time, it felt different. This time, it felt like someone, or something, was there, listening, waiting. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wanted to hang up, but I couldn't move. Then, just as I was about to put the phone down, I heard it. A faint, soft voice, barely more than a whisper. "Help me." I froze, my hand gripping the phone tightly. The voice was weak, distant, like it was coming from far away. But it was clear enough to send a chill through my entire body. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. There was no response. The line went silent again. I hung up the phone, my hands trembling. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to leave the room right then and there, but another part of me couldn't believe what had just happened. It didn't make sense. The next day, I checked out early. I couldn't stay in that room another night, not after what had happened. As I left the hotel, I glanced back at the building, wondering if I'd ever truly understand what had happened in room 517. But one thing was clear: some calls should never be answered. After leaving the hotel, I couldn't shake the experience. The silence of those calls haunted me more than I cared to admit. Every time I thought about the way the phone rang, always at the same time, the hairs on my neck stood on end. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself that maybe the receptionist had been mistaken, that the phone line wasn't disconnected after all. But no matter how many times I went over it in my mind, I couldn't explain the voice. "Help me," it had said, barely audible, but clear enough to haunt my thoughts, long after I left that room behind. For weeks after the trip, I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for a phone that wasn't there. It was as if the ringing had followed me, a phantom sound echoing in the silence of my own bedroom. I even caught myself staring at my phone some nights, half expecting it to ring at midnight. The experience left a mark on me, a lingering fear that some calls can't be traced to a simple explanation. I arrived at the hotel late, just past midnight. It was one of those old buildings that seemed like it had seen better days, a grand structure in its time, but now worn down by years of neglect. The reception area was dimly lit, the yellowish glow of the lights barely reaching the high ceiling. I could see the cracks in the walls, and the worn-out carpeting, the sort of place where you might expect ghosts to linger. But it was cheap, and after a long drive, I just wanted a bed. I walked up to the front desk, where a young woman sat, her eyes slightly bleary like she'd been sitting there for hours. She didn't look up as I approached, typing slowly on an old computer. I cleared my throat, and she finally glanced at me. "Reservation under Carter," I said. She paused, then typed something into the system. Her brow furrowed, and she tapped the keys a few more times. "I don't see it." I sighed, already dreading a long conversation. "I booked it online a week ago." She looked up at me, her face pale under the dim lights. "We don't have any reservations under that name." I pulled out my phone, showing her the confirmation email. Her eyes flicked over the screen, then back to her computer. She leaned forward, squinting, then hesitated. "We don't have any rooms available on that reservation, but I can get you a room for tonight," she said, her voice flat, but with an edge of uncertainty. I didn't have the energy to argue, so I just nodded. I needed to sleep. She handed me a key, an actual key, not one of those plastic cards you get everywhere these days, and mumbled something under her breath about the 3rd floor. The way she avoided eye contact struck me as odd, but I was too tired to care. "3rd floor?" I asked, trying to confirm. She hesitated again, her eyes shifting to the side as if she wasn't supposed to say something. "Yeah, 3rd floor, room 305. I shrugged and took the key. The elevator looked as tired as the rest of the hotel, making a loud groan as it carried me up to the 3rd floor. The hallway was dark, and I could smell a faint mustiness in the air, like the floor hadn't been aired out in years. The carpet here was even more threadbare, the walls lined with faded wallpaper that looked like it belonged in another century. Room 305 was at the far end of the hall, the door slightly scuffed and the brass number barely hanging on. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, the smell hitting me immediately, stale air, like a room that hadn't been touched in forever. It was cold, too cold for a hotel room. But it was quiet, and the bed looked clean enough. That's all I cared about at that point. The room had old furniture, heavy, wooden pieces that felt out of place for a modern hotel. A dresser, a nightstand, and a small chair in the corner, all covered in a thin layer of dust. I dropped my bag by the bed, kicked off my shoes, and collapsed onto the mattress. Sleep came quickly. When I woke up the next morning, it was with a start. The room felt different, colder somehow, and there was a faint smell of something that wasn't there before. I couldn't quite place it, but it was unpleasant, like mold or rot. My head was groggy from sleep, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then I noticed something else, the sound. Or rather, the lack of sound. It was as if the entire hotel had gone silent. No faint voices from other rooms, no hum of the elevator. It was unnerving. I grabbed my phone, checking the time. It was almost noon. I'd slept way longer than I had intended, but I guess I needed it. I stretched, feeling the stiffness in my limbs, and that's when I noticed the dresser. It wasn't in the same place. I swear, when I went to bed, it had been against the far wall, near the window. Now it was angled differently, just slightly, but enough that I noticed. My heart did a little flip, and I laughed at myself. Maybe I'd knocked it when I was getting into bed, or maybe I just remembered wrong, but I knew I hadn't touched it. I grabbed my bag and headed down to the lobby, determined to ask the front desk about the odd reservation issue. The woman from last night was gone, replaced by a man who looked even less interested in his job than she had. "Hi, I'm in room 305, I said, leaning against the counter. I was wondering. Before I could finish, she cut me off. His face had changed instantly at the mention of the room. 3rd floor. Yeah, that's what she told me. But I was wondering if there's been some kind of mix-up, because the woman last night said. The 3rd floor being closed, he interrupted again, his voice tense. I blinked at him. What do you mean closed? He looked at me as if I were stupid. The 3rd floor's been under renovation for the last 10 years. No one's supposed to be up there. For a moment, I thought he was joking. But I stayed there last night. Room 305. She gave me a key. He stared at me, and I could see the unease in his eyes. You must be mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. I stayed in that room, I insisted, feeling a cold note forming in my stomach. His face paled a bit. That floor hasn't had guests for over a decade. It's been empty since they started renovating. No one goes up there. I don't even know if the key works anymore. I didn't know what to say. I had the key in my pocket, proof that I wasn't making it up. I pulled it out, showing him. His eyes locked onto the key, and I saw a flicker of something. Fear, maybe. Where did you get that? He asked, his voice lower now. From the woman at the desk last night. She gave it to me. His face tightened, and he leaned in closer. There was no woman working here last night. I stared at him, trying to make sense of what he was saying. I had spoken to her, watched her give me the key. I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't have been. You're sure? I asked, my voice quieter now. Positive, he said firmly. I was here all night. No one else was. The knot in my stomach tightened further. Then who gave me this key? He didn't answer, just stood there staring at me as if he didn't know what to say. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. I had been in that room, slept there. I could still feel the cold from the bed and the musty smell of the room. But now everything felt wrong. If the third floor was closed, if no one had been there, then who or what had stayed in that room before me? I decided to go back upstairs. I had to see it again, to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. The man at the desk didn't try to stop me, just watched me walk away with that same haunted look on his face. The elevator ride felt longer this time, each floor taking an eternity to pass. When the doors opened to the third floor, I immediately felt a chill, colder than before. The hallway looked darker, the lights dimmer. My footsteps echoed as I walked towards room 305, my heart thudding harder with each step. The door was closed, just as I had left it. I reached for the key, my hand shaking slightly as I slid it into the lock. It turned easily, and the door creaked open. The room was exactly the same, except it wasn't. The air was colder now, freezing almost, and the smell was stronger. It wasn't just mold. It was something else, something rotting, like meat left out too long. The bed was still there, the furniture still in the same spots, but now, in the daylight, everything looked wrong. Dark stains I hadn't noticed before marked the carpet, and the walls seemed to sag, as if the whole room was decaying from the inside out. Then I noticed the mirror above the dresser. It was cracked, a thin line running through the glass. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. In the reflection, I could see the room, but it wasn't empty. There was a figure, standing near the chair in the corner, its face blurry, indistinct, but its presence undeniable. It didn't move, didn't react to me, just stood there. And though I couldn't see its eyes clearly, I could feel them on me, watching. I turned around quickly, but the room was empty. My heart raced, my breath coming in short gasps. I looked back at the mirror, and the figure was still there, still watching. I didn't wait. I ran out of the room, slamming the door behind me, and didn't stop until I was back in the lobby. The man at the desk looked up at me, his face pale. "I don't know what happened up there," I said, my voice shaky. "But that room, it's not empty." He didn't say anything, just nodded slowly. I could see in his eyes that he already knew. It was supposed to be a quick trip. Just a business conference in another city, fly in, fly out. I was tired from the long day, and when the plane landed, I couldn't wait to get to the hotel, take a hot shower, and collapse into bed. The airport was packed, people shuffling around the baggage claim like zombies, waiting for their suitcases to roll down the conveyor belt. I didn't want to linger, so when I saw a black suitcase that looked just like mine, I grabbed it without thinking twice. I'd been using the same one for years, so it was easy to recognize, or at least I thought it was. The ride to the hotel was quiet. I tried not to think about work, letting my mind wander, feeling the weight of the day. When I got to the hotel room, I tossed the suitcase on the bed, kicked off my shoes, and sat down to open it. That's when I noticed something strange. The zipper was stuck. My hands fumbled with it for a few seconds, and then I finally pulled it open, expecting to see my clothes, my toiletries, maybe even the book I'd thrown in for the flight. But none of those things were in there. Inside the suitcase was a mess of old clothes, none of them mine. The clothes were worn, like they'd been stuffed in there for years without being touched. Some shirts, a pair of faded jeans, and an old leather jacket sat crumpled at the bottom. There were no tags or anything that would suggest they were new. They felt personal, in a way that made me feel like I had intruded into someone else's life. I thought I'd grabbed the wrong suitcase, that someone else's bag had ended up in my hands by mistake. But as I started sifting through it, hoping to find some kind of name tag or contact information, my stomach tightened. Beneath the clothes, there was something else, a stack of old photos. They were black and white, faded around the edges. I picked up the first one. It was a picture of a family standing in front of an old house. A man, a woman, and 2 kids. They all had stiff, awkward smiles on their faces, like they weren't comfortable in front of the camera. The man's face seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen it before. I flipped through the photos quickly, but they all felt the same, off, like they were from another time, another life. Then I got to the bottom of the stack, and there was a small piece of paper. It wasn't a photograph, but a handwritten note, old and yellowed with time. My heart skipped a beat when I read the words. "I've been looking for you." I froze, my fingers trembling as I stared at the note. My name wasn't written anywhere, but somehow it felt personal, like whoever had left it knew I would find it. I tossed the photos back in the suitcase and zipped it up, trying to shake off the feeling crawling over my skin. This had to be some mistake, I told myself. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had put the note in there by accident. But something about it felt wrong. I stood up, feeling lightheaded, and walked over to the window. I needed to calm down, clear my head. But when I pulled the curtain back, I saw something that made my breath catch in my throat. Down on the street, just below my window, was a man standing perfectly still, looking up at my hotel. I couldn't make out his face in the dim light, but I could feel his eyes on me. He didn't move. He didn't turn away. He just stood there, staring, like he knew I was watching him. I stepped back from the window, my pulse quickening. My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe he was just someone passing by. Maybe it was all in my head. But the unease wouldn't go away. I couldn't stop thinking about the note, the clothes, the old photographs. And that man. Why was he watching me? I tried to shake it off, but my mind wouldn't let go. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk, explaining that I had the wrong suitcase. They promised to send someone up to switch it out with mine. I felt a small sense of relief as I hung up, thinking this would all be over soon. But the feeling of relief didn't last long. A few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it, expecting to see a hotel staff member, but instead, it was a bellhop holding a different suitcase. It wasn't mine either. "I believe this is the right one for you," he said, his voice flat. I looked down at the suitcase he was holding. It was identical to the one I had picked up earlier, black, scuffed, well used. But something about it felt wrong. "That's not mine," I said, shaking my head. "I need my suitcase, not someone else's." He just stood there, holding it out to me like he hadn't heard me. "This is for you," he repeated. The way he said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't a request. It was a statement, like he knew something I didn't. I didn't know what else to do, so I took the suitcase from him, my hands shaking. As soon as I had it, he turned and walked away without saying another word. I closed the door, feeling a cold knot of fear tightening in my chest. I didn't want to open the suitcase. Every part of me was screaming that I should leave it alone, call someone, get out of there. But I couldn't. Something inside me was pushing me to look, even though I didn't want to. With trembling hands, I unzipped the second suitcase. Inside were more clothes, just like the first one, old, worn, and reeking of age. But this time, there were no photos. Instead, There was a single item sitting at the bottom of the bag, tucked under the clothes. It was a key, old and rusty, like it hadn't been used in years. And next to the key was another note. "Come find me." I felt like the walls were closing in. My breath came faster, my head spinning. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I didn't know who these things belonged to. I didn't know what they wanted with me, but it was clear that this wasn't some random mix-up at the airport. Someone was playing with me. I stood there, staring at the key, trying to think. What did it open? What was I supposed to find? Then I heard it, a knock at the door. Not the front door of the hotel room. This knock came from inside the room, from the closet. My stomach lurched. I hadn't gone near the closet since I'd checked in, and I knew I hadn't opened it. Slowly, as if in a trance, I walked toward the closet door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle, dread pulling in my chest. I didn't want to open it, but something in me wouldn't let me stop. I yanked the door open, half expecting to see someone standing there. But the closet was empty, completely empty, except for one thing. A suitcase. The same black, scuffed suitcase. I stumbled back, my heart racing, as I stared at it. It was impossible. I had just opened the same suitcase twice. And now, here it was again, sitting in my closet, like it had been waiting for me. There was no way I was going to touch it again. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk, my voice shaking as I explained what was happening. I told them I needed someone to come up immediately, that I needed to get out of the room. But before they could answer, the line went dead. The phone screen went black, like it had been drained of power. I tried turning it back on, but it wouldn't respond. The room felt colder now, the air heavy, suffocating. I backed away from the closet, my eyes fixed on the suitcase. I had no idea what to do. My mind screamed at me to leave, to run, but I felt trapped. And then, before I could make a move, the closet door slowly creaked shut on its own. I stood there frozen, staring at the closed door, and then I heard it. A soft, rasping voice from behind the door. "I found you." I ran. I couldn't get out of the hotel fast enough. My suitcase, the real one, was still missing, but I didn't care anymore. I went to the front desk, trying to keep my voice steady as I checked out early. The clerk looked surprised, maybe even a little concerned, but I didn't offer an explanation. How could I? What was I supposed to say? That I had opened someone else's suitcase, found a note meant for me, and now someone, or something, was playing a game I didn't understand. All I could think about was putting as much distance between me and that room as possible. The road stretched out in front of me, but it didn't feel like an escape. Every mile felt heavier, like something invisible was still attached to me, pulling me back. And then I realized I hadn't left the suitcase behind. The one with the key was the one I hadn't wanted to open again, was still in my car, sitting quietly in the trunk. And somehow, I knew it wasn't going to let me go that easily. I've always been a nervous flyer. It's not the turbulence or the noise that gets to me. It's the strange feeling of being stuck in a small space, thousands of miles above the ground, with no control. It's the kind of place where you're forced to trust that everything will go as planned, even though part of you knows how much can go wrong. That's probably why I welcomed the distraction when I met Nathan, the guy sitting next to me on my flight from New York to Tokyo. It was a long-haul flight, over 14 hours, and I had mentally prepared myself for the boredom, the exhaustion, the discomfort of being crammed into a seat for such a long time. But Nathan was a pleasant surprise. He introduced himself right after I sat down, with a wide smile and a genuine warmth that made me feel a bit better about the long hours ahead. He looked to be in his late 30s, with short brown hair and a neat beard. He had one of those voices that made you want to keep talking. There was something so calming about it. We chatted for hours, covering every topic under the sun. I learned that he was an architect traveling for work. He told me about his projects in different cities, his love for art, and how much he looked forward to seeing Japan for the first time. He was interesting, and the conversation flowed easily. For a while, I forgot about my fear of flying. It felt like we had known each other for years, and I found myself opening up more than I usually do with strangers. I talked about my own life, my work as a freelance writer, my passion for travel, even though flying made me anxious. It was easy to feel comfortable around him. We laughed at shared jokes and exchanged stories of past travel misadventures. It was the kind of interaction you don't expect on a plane, where everyone usually keeps to themselves. But with Nathan, it felt natural. At some point, I told him I was going to try and get some sleep. He smiled and said he'd probably do the same. I felt at ease knowing he'd be there when I woke up. I'm not sure how long I slept, but when I woke up, everything felt off. The seat next to me was empty. Nathan was gone. I sat up, confused, scanning the rows ahead of me. Maybe he'd gone to the bathroom or was stretching his legs. It wasn't unusual to walk around on a long flight. I figured he'd be back soon. But minutes passed, and there was no sign of him. I pressed the button for the flight attendant, hoping she might tell me where he was. When she came over, I explained that the man who had been sitting next to me had been gone for a while, and I was a little worried. She looked at me with a puzzled expression. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you've been sitting alone." Her words didn't make sense. I blinked, feeling a cold shiver run down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I've been talking to the man next to me for hours. His name is Nathan. He said he was an architect." The flight attendant frowned slightly, as if trying to figure out how to respond. "Ma'am, there's been no one sitting next to you this entire flight. I've walked by a few times, and your row has been empty." I shook my head, laughing nervously, trying to make sense of it. "No, that can't be right. He was here. We were talking for hours." She didn't argue, just gave me a polite but uncomfortable smile. "I can double-check, but I don't think there's any passenger by that name on the manifest. I'll ask around, but I'm sure you've been alone." She left before I could say anything else. I sat there, heart racing, trying to piece it together. Was this some kind of mistake? Maybe he had moved to another seat, and the flight attendant didn't notice. But then why wouldn't he have said something? Why would he just leave without a word? I decided to wait. Maybe he'd come back soon. But as more time passed, my unease grew stronger. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I even checked the seat, expecting to see some sign that Nathan had been there. A book, a jacket, something. But there was nothing. Eventually, the flight attendant came back. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I asked around, and no one has seen a man sitting here. I even checked the passenger list. There's no one by the name of Nathan on this flight." Her words hit me like a punch. I couldn't speak for a moment, just stared at her, trying to process what she was saying. "That's impossible," I stammered. "I talked to him. We spoke for hours." The flight attendant gave me a sympathetic look, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Sometimes, on long flights, people can dream very vividly. Maybe you just had a very realistic dream. "No," I insisted, shaking my head. "I didn't imagine it. He was real. We talked about everything, our lives, our jobs. He told me about his work as an architect. I remember everything. But no matter what I said, the flight attendant just nodded politely and suggested I try to get some rest. She was being kind, but I could tell she thought I was confused, maybe just a little too tired from the long flight. For the rest of the trip, I couldn't stop thinking about Nathan. I kept expecting him to walk back to his seat, give me that smile, and ask what I'd been worrying about. But it never happened. I tried to go over everything we talked about, every detail of our conversation, searching for something that would make sense of the situation, but nothing fit. As we approached Tokyo, I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I had been so sure that Nathan was real, that our conversation had been real. I could still hear his voice in my head, could still remember the way he laughed, the way he leaned forward when he talked, as if he was genuinely interested in everything I said. When we finally landed, I gathered my things and walked off the plane in a daze. I kept looking back, half expecting to see him walking behind me, but of course he wasn't there. I even checked around the baggage claim, thinking maybe I'd run into him somehow, but it was no use. I thought about asking the flight crew one more time, but the idea of being dismissed again, of being told that I was mistaken or confused, was too much. I didn't want to look crazy. I didn't want to feel like I was losing my mind. For days after the flight, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened on that plane, something beyond explanation. I started questioning my own memory, replaying the entire flight in my head over and over again, trying to figure out if I had somehow imagined the entire thing. But that didn't feel right. I remembered Nathan. I remembered every detail of our conversation, the way he looked, the way he smiled. It was too clear, too vivid to have been a dream. It wasn't until a week later, when I was sitting in my hotel room, that I decided to search online for anything similar. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, but I thought maybe, just maybe, someone else had experienced something like this before. I typed in vague search terms at first: disappearing passenger, flight companion vanished. At first, nothing seemed relevant, but then I found a thread on an old travel forum where someone had described a similar experience. They had been on a flight, talking to a woman next to them for hours, only for her to vanish without a trace. And, like me, they had been told that no one had been sitting there in the first place. My blood ran cold as I read through the comments. Others had chimed in, sharing their own strange encounters with disappearing passengers. It was a mix of disbelief, confusion, and fear. Some said it was just a quirk of the mind, a trick brought on by exhaustion or jet lag. But others believed it was something else, something darker. I sat back in my chair, staring at the screen, feeling a wave of dread wash over me. I wasn't the only one. This had happened to other people, and no one had an explanation. I thought about Nathan again. His face, his voice, the way he seemed so real, so present. I had been so sure that I wasn't alone on that flight, but now I didn't know what to believe. Had I really been sitting next to someone? Or was Nathan something else entirely? Something that only existed for those few hours in the air, never meant to be remembered. I was exhausted by the time I got to the hotel. The flight had been delayed, and the taxi ride from the airport was a blur of city lights and unfamiliar streets. All I wanted was to check in, collapse on the bed, and sleep for hours. When I reached the front desk, the receptionist greeted me with a polite smile, but something about her seemed off. It was as if she was hiding something, but I chalked it up to my exhaustion. She typed away on her computer, frowning slightly. "Reservation under your name," she said. "But it seems there's been a switch. We've moved you to a different room." I blinked at her. A switch. Why? She hesitated, her fingers tapping the edge of the counter. "There was an issue with your original room. I'll be putting you in another one for your stay. It's a complimentary upgrade." An upgrade sounded nice, but the way she avoided my question made me suspicious. "What kind of issue?" I pressed. She gave me a tight smile, the kind people use when they don't want to give you the real answer. "Just a minor maintenance problem. Nothing to worry about." Too tired to argue, I let it go. I figured it didn't matter in the end. A room was a room, and all I wanted was to sleep. She handed me the key card, and I made my way to the elevator. The upgraded room was on the top floor, and when I stepped inside, I had to admit it was much nicer than what I had booked. It was spacious, with a big bed and a view of the city skyline. But despite its luxury, there was something strange about it, an odd feeling I couldn't quite shake. Maybe it was the way the air felt thick, or the silence that seemed too heavy. I tossed my suitcase onto the floor and sat on the edge of the bed, trying to brush off the unease creeping up on me. I was just tired. That's all it was. But then I remembered my original room. I'd wondered what kind of maintenance issue could be bad enough to seal off a whole room. As if on cue, I heard it. A noise, faint but unmistakable, coming through the walls. It was like a dragging sound, a long scrape followed by a soft thud. I paused, listening. Maybe it was just someone moving furniture around next door. Hotels are noisy sometimes. But the sound came again, this time closer, clearer. It wasn't furniture. It sounded like something heavy being moved or dragged. I tried to ignore it. I unpacked a few things, hoping it was just in my head. But as the night wore on, the noises grew more persistent. Now it was more than just dragging. I could hear something tapping, slow and deliberate, as if someone, or something, was knocking against the walls. It was coming from the direction of my original room. I opened the door to my hallway and looked toward the room I had been switched from. The door was sealed with a heavy black tarp, taped tightly around the edges. A "Do Not Enter" sign hung from the knob, but there were no signs of any maintenance workers or equipment. No tools, no ladders, no one. I walked back to my room and shut the door, feeling a little more unsettled. There was something wrong here, but I didn't want to get involved. I told myself to just sleep, get through the night, and deal with the rest tomorrow. I fell asleep for a few hours, but I was woken up by the noise again. This time, it wasn't just scraping or tapping. It sounded like scratching, like fingernails on wood. My heart started to race. I lay still, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up every sound. The scratching grew louder. It was coming from the room across the hall, the room I was supposed to be in. And now it sounded frantic, as if something inside was desperately trying to claw its way out. I sat up in bed, my skin crawling with dread. There was no way I could sleep through this. I had to know what was going on. I threw on my shoes and headed out to the hallway again. The sealed door loomed in front of me, the black tarp swaying slightly as if something was pressing against it from the inside. I knocked softly, feeling foolish but too curious to stop myself. "Hello? Is someone in there?" No response. But then, after a few seconds, the scratching stopped. I backed away, my heart hammering in my chest. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was thick and oppressive, like the air was pressing down on me. I turned to go back to my room when I heard a faint voice. Help. It was so soft I almost didn't catch it. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Hello," I whispered, not sure if I even wanted an answer. The voice came again, this time a little louder. "Please help." It was coming from behind the sealed door. Every instinct in me screamed to leave it alone, to go back to my room and lock the door. But something made me stay. The voice sounded weak, like whoever, or whatever, was in there was suffering. I took a step closer to the door, then another. My hand reached out, almost on its own, to pull back the tarp. But before I could touch it, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway. I jerked back, startled. The night manager was walking toward me, his face expressionless, but his eyes dark and hard. "Can I help you with something, sir?" he asked, his voice cold. I swallowed hard. I thought I heard something from this room. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment I thought I saw a flash of anger cross his face. "There's nothing in there. That room is off limits." I nodded quickly, backing away. "Right. Sorry. I'll go back to my room." Without another word, I turned and hurried back inside, shutting the door behind me. My heart was still racing, my mind spinning. What the hell was going on in this hotel? I pressed my ear to the wall, listening again. The scratching had stopped, but I could still hear faint noises, like shuffling feet or whispers. They were so soft, I couldn't make out any words, but I knew they were there. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I went down to the front desk and asked again about my original room. The receptionist from the night before wasn't there. A different woman was at the counter, and when I brought up the room switch, she looked confused. "There wasn't any issue with your room, sir," she said, flipping through her records. "We don't have any maintenance scheduled for that floor." My stomach dropped. "What about the room that's sealed off? The one across from me?" She frowned. "There's no room sealed off. Are you sure you have the right floor?" I nodded, feeling a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I was absolutely sure. I wasn't imagining it. I had seen the tarp. I had heard the sounds. But now she was telling me none of it existed. I went back to my room, more confused than ever. I had to check again, to see if maybe the room was unsealed, or if I had somehow mistaken what I saw last night. But when I stepped into the hallway, I stopped dead. The door to the sealed room was gone. It wasn't just unsealed. It wasn't there at all. In its place was a blank stretch of wall, as if the room had never existed in the first place. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, or not seeing. I felt like I was losing my mind. But I knew what I had heard. I knew what I had seen. That night, the noises came again. The scratching, the tapping, the voice. Help. It was louder now, more desperate, as if whatever was behind that wall was getting closer. I wanted to leave, to run, but something held me there. I had to know. I had to understand. I pressed my ear against the wall, listening. The voice was right there, just on the other side. And then, in a rush of cold air, I felt it. Something brushing against my neck. A whisper so close I could feel the breath on my skin. "Why did you leave me?" I stumbled back, my hand flying to my throat, my heart racing so fast it hurt. I looked around, but the room was empty. Nothing was there. Nothing except the sound of scratching, now coming from inside my own walls. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I packed my bags in a panic, my hands shaking so badly I could barely zip them up. I didn't care about getting my money back. I didn't care about anything except getting out of that hotel. As I left, I looked back one last time at the blank stretch of wall where my original room had been. I had always wanted to visit Europe, and after years of saving up, I finally booked a tour through some of the oldest cities, soaking in the history and culture. On one of the last days of the trip, our group visited a medieval town in Germany, known for its winding streets and old architecture. The buildings were all shades of grey stone, worn with time, and the air felt heavy with history. It was the kind of place that looked like it hadn't changed much in hundreds of years. Our guide, a friendly woman named Clea, led us through the narrow alleys, pointing out the ancient churches, the crumbling walls that had once protected the town, and the small, quiet graveyards tucked behind iron gates. Everything seemed so still, almost like the town was holding its breath. I was caught up in taking pictures, trying to capture the mood of the place, and before I knew it, I looked up and realized I had fallen behind the group. It wasn't like me to get distracted, but something about the town had pulled me in. I hurried to catch up, but the streets twisted in strange ways, and every corner I turned seemed to lead me farther from where I needed to be. The narrow alleyways were like a maze, and I could no longer hear the chatter of the group or Claire's voice explaining the next stop. I walked faster, trying not to panic. After all, I wasn't lost. The town was small, and I figured I would eventually find my way back to the group. But after what felt like a long time of walking in circles, I started to worry. The streets were growing emptier, and I couldn't see anyone else around. That's when I saw him. Standing near the corner of a side street was a man dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned guide's uniform. He was tall and thin, with a sharp, clean-shaven face and a wide-brimmed hat that shaded his eyes. His clothes seemed out of place, like they belonged in a different time, but I figured he must be part of some historical reenactment, or maybe worked with the tour company. I was just relieved to see someone. "Excuse me," I said, walking toward him. "I've gotten separated from my group. Can you help me?" He smiled, a slow, polite smile, and nodded. "Of course," he said. His voice was calm, almost too calm, but I didn't think much of it at the time. "The group isn't far from here. I'll take you to them." I followed him as he turned down another narrow street, his footsteps light, and even on the cobblestone. The street was quieter here, with no other tourists or locals in sight, just the echo of our shoes against the stone. The buildings on either side of us seemed older than the rest of the town, and some of the windows were boarded up, as if the houses had been abandoned long ago. As we walked, I tried to make conversation. "How long have you been a guide here?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept walking ahead of me. After a pause, he said, "A long time, longer than I can remember." His voice had a strange tone to it, almost like he was talking more to himself than to me. Something about his words sent a chill through me, but I shook it off. He was probably just trying to stay in character for whatever historical tour he was part of. Still, there was something about him that felt off. The way he moved, the way he spoke, it all felt too slow, too deliberate. After a few more minutes of walking, we reached a small square that I didn't remember passing earlier. There was a fountain in the middle, its water still and murky, and the buildings around it looked even older than the rest of the town. I stopped, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked. "I don't remember coming this far." The man turned to look at me, his face calm and expressionless. "We're almost there," he said. "Just a little farther." Something in his voice made my skin crawl. I had been so sure he was just a helpful guide, but now I wasn't so sure. I looked around, trying to figure out where we were. The square was completely empty, and the windows of the buildings were dark. It was like we had stepped into a different part of the town entirely, one that didn't seem quite real. "I think I'll find my own way from here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Thanks for your help." He didn't say anything, just stood there, watching me with that same blank expression. I turned and quickly walked back the way we had come, my heart beating faster with each step. I didn't look back, but I could feel him standing there just watching. After what felt like forever, I finally found a street that looked familiar. I hurried toward it, and to my relief, I saw Claire and the rest of the group standing near one of the old churches. I rushed over, trying to calm myself before I reached them. "There you are," Claire said, looking relieved. "We were just about to come looking for you. What happened?" I got a little lost, I admitted, still catching my breath. But a guide found me and showed me the way back. Claire frowned. "A guide? No one else from the company is here today. It's just me." I hesitated, suddenly feeling confused. No, he was wearing an old-fashioned uniform. Tall guy, kind of quiet. He said he'd been working here for a long time. Claire's face paled. "There's no one like that working here," she said slowly. "We don't have any guides dressed like that." "Are you sure you saw him?" My stomach tightened. "I am sure. He walked with me through some of the back streets. I thought he was part of the tour." Claire exchanged a glance with another guide, a man I hadn't noticed before. He stepped forward, his face serious. "Can you describe him again?" I did, feeling more unsettled with every word. When I finished, the man shook his head. "You just described one of the town's oldest legends," he said. "People have been talking about that guide for decades. He's been seen leading tourists through the back alleys, just like you said, but he's not real." I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. "What do you mean, not real?" He sighed. "The story goes that there was once a guide who worked here back in the early 1900s. He knew the town better than anyone, but one day he took a wrong turn with a group of tourists and led them into one of the abandoned parts of town. They never came back. Since then, people say his spirit still walks the streets, leading people astray." I felt my heart drop. It couldn't be true. I had seen him. I had talked to him. He had led me through the streets. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange the whole experience had been. The empty streets, the silence, the way he had spoken. Claire put a hand on my shoulder. "You're okay now," she said softly. "You made it back. But next time, stick with the group." I nodded, still feeling numb. As the group started to move again, I looked back at the alley where I had last seen the man. It was empty, just like the rest of the town. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting for the next person to lose their way. That night, back at the hotel, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, calm and expressionless, his voice echoing in my mind. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange coincidence, that maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down I knew the truth. I hadn't imagined him. He was real, or at least he had been. And now he was something else. Something that still walked the streets of that old town, waiting for the next lost traveller to come along. I never told anyone else what happened that day. It seemed too strange, too unbelievable. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that guide. I wonder how many others he's led through the town's quiet streets. How many more have followed him, thinking he was just a helpful stranger. And I wonder if someday someone won't be so lucky. The memory of that man has never left me. Sometimes, when I'm walking alone in a crowded place or wandering through unfamiliar streets, I get this strange feeling that I'm being watched. It's not like I see him, not really, but there's this heavy presence, like someone's right behind me. I look around, and of course no one's there. But my mind keeps circling back to that quiet square, the way he stood there watching me as I walked away. It's like a part of me wonders if I ever really left him behind. A few weeks after I got back from the trip, I decided to do some research on that town, hoping to find a logical explanation for what happened. I found old photos and stories about the guide, but nothing that made me feel any better. What really surprised me were the stories from other tourists. People from all over the world had written about their experiences of getting lost and being led by a strange guide who always seemed to vanish as soon as they reached safety. The hotel wasn't anything special. It was a business trip, and I'd stayed at so many of these places that they all started to look the same. This one had the same beige walls, same brown carpet, same generic artwork hanging in the hallways. It was clean enough, quiet, and right off the highway, everything I needed for a few nights before I headed back home. The check-in went smoothly. The guy at the front desk was polite, handed me my key, and directed me to room 215 on the second floor. I threw my suitcase on the bed as soon as I got in, intending to unpack later. All I wanted was a shower and a couple of hours to relax. That's when I noticed the safe. It was tucked in the corner of the closet, just behind the sliding door. At first, I didn't think much of it. Most hotel rooms have them now, so I barely gave it a second thought. But when I went to open it, out of pure habit, just to check it, I guess, it wouldn't budge. The keypad was dead, no lights, no response. The handle didn't move either. Not a big deal, really. I wasn't going to use it. I figured it was just broken, and the hotel staff probably hadn't bothered to fix it yet. But something about it gnawed at me. I guess it was more the fact that it was there at all, hidden so neatly in the closet, dead and useless. I decided to call the front desk, more out of curiosity than anything else. It didn't sit right with me for some reason, that it was just stuck there. The receptionist answered on the first ring. I explained the situation, told him the safe in my room wouldn't open and that it seemed to be broken. There was a pause on the other end of the line, long enough for me to wonder if the call had disconnected. "Sir," he said finally, "there isn't supposed to be a safe in that room." I let out a small laugh, thinking he must have misunderstood. "No, I'm in room 215, and I'm looking right at it. It's in the closet." Another pause. "Sir, that's not possible. Room 215 doesn't have a safe. No rooms on that floor do." Now this was strange. I wasn't imagining it. I was staring right at the thing. It was bolted into the closet like it had always been there. I tried to explain that to him, but he just kept repeating the same thing, that there shouldn't be a safe, that I must be mistaken. "Well, it's here," I said, more forcefully this time. "Do you want to send someone up to look at it?" There was a soft sigh on the other end of the line. "I'll let maintenance know. Someone will be up shortly." He hung up before I could say anything else. Annoyed, but still trying to brush it off, I got into the shower, trying to shake off the weirdness of the conversation. Hotels mess things up all the time. Maybe the front desk just didn't have the right information about the room. That's what I told myself anyway. When I stepped out of the bathroom, there was a knock at the door. I opened it, expecting to see a maintenance guy, or maybe even the receptionist himself. But no one was there. The hallway was completely empty. I looked down and saw a small piece of paper on the floor, a folded note tucked neatly just under the doorframe. My stomach tightened as I picked it up. It wasn't hotel stationery, just a plain, torn scrap of paper. I unfolded it slowly the handwriting jagged and hurried. "You need to leave. Now. Don't ask questions." That was it. No signature, no explanation. Just that simple message written in pen, as if whoever left it had done so in a rush. I stood there, holding the note, my mind racing. My first instinct was that it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe kids staying in the hotel, or someone playing a joke. But something about the way the note was written, the urgency in those few words, didn't feel like a joke. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole, but again, the hallway was empty. I opened the door, stepping out just far enough to look both ways down the corridor. Nothing. My nerves started buzzing. There was no way I was just going to pack up and leave because of a note. But the whole thing, from the safe to the front desk to this message, it felt wrong. Really wrong. I walked back to the closet, staring at the safe. Now it felt like it didn't belong there. Like it was out of place. Something that wasn't supposed to be part of this room. The dead keypad, the unresponsive handle, it all seemed intentional. And what was inside? Why wouldn't it open? I knelt down in front of it and tried the handle again, pulling harder this time. It still didn't move, but now I could feel that the safe wasn't just locked. It was sealed, almost as if someone had gone out of their way to make sure no one could get it open, ever. I had to know what was inside. There was another knock at the door. This time, I was quicker to answer, hoping it was the maintenance guy, or at least someone who could explain what the hell was going on. But again, the hallway was empty. Another note, folded and placed under the door like the last one. I picked it up, my hands shaking a little now. I didn't even have to unfold it to know it wasn't good news. "You're being watched. Don't look in the safe. Leave before it's too late." I felt my stomach drop. Being watched? By who? And why? I backed away from the door, my heart pounding. I moved to the window and pulled the curtains back, half expecting to see someone outside. But there was nothing, just the parking lot below, with a few cars scattered here and there. No one standing around, no one watching. I closed the curtains and went back to the safe. I knew I shouldn't, but now I had to know. I had to open it, no matter what the notes said. I grabbed my phone and looked up how to crack a hotel safe, hoping for some kind of trick or master code I could use. After trying a few different things with no luck, I decided to get more forceful. I found a small metal rod in my suitcase, part of a broken hanger, and jammed it into the tiny crack between the door and the frame of the safe. I pushed as hard as I could, the metal groaning under the pressure. Finally, the safe popped open. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at it, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I slowly reached inside. There was something wrapped in a piece of old cloth, tucked deep into the back of the safe. It was small, about the size of a shoebox, and covered in dust. I carefully unwrapped it, revealing a small wooden box underneath. The box looked old, really old. The wood was cracked, and the hinges were rusted, as if it had been sitting in there for years. My hand shook as I opened it. Inside was a stack of old photographs. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The photos were yellowed with age, grainy and warm, like they had been taken decades ago. They showed people standing in front of a building, all of them staring directly at the camera. They weren't smiling, though. Their faces were blank, eyes empty, as if they were being forced to pose. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The building in the background was this hotel. Same shape, same layout. But it looked different, older, run down. And the people in the photos, I recognized some of them. The receptionist. The man who checked me in. even the cleaning lady I passed in the hallway earlier that day. But there was one photo at the bottom of the pile that made me drop the box. It was me, standing in front of the hotel, just like the others. My face was blank, my eyes staring lifelessly at the camera, just like theirs. I hadn't posed for this. I hadn't been outside since I checked in. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me, the air in the room growing heavy, pressing down on me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I didn't want to see what was there. Instead, I grabbed my suitcase and bolted for the door, throwing it open and running down the hallway as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I was in my car, engine running, speeding away from that hotel without a second glance. I don't know who took those pictures, or how they got one of me, but I can't shake the feeling that wherever I go, they're still watching. The photos, the notes, the warning, it all felt like some kind of twisted trap I'd narrowly avoided. I couldn't get the image of my own face out of my head, the way I had stared blankly into that camera. The worst part was that I hadn't even noticed when it had been taken. Was someone outside my room watching me, following my every move without me realizing it? And what would have happened if I had stayed, or if I had ignored that second note? I checked the rear view mirror constantly, half expecting to see someone or something following me, but there was nothing but the empty road behind me. It had been a long day of meetings. I was exhausted and looking forward to getting some rest when Michael, a colleague of mine, suggested we grab dinner at the hotel restaurant. We were both out of town for a company conference and staying at the same place. I hadn't seen Michael much during the day, since we were assigned to different sessions, so it seemed like a good chance to catch up. I agreed, and we met downstairs in the hotel lobby around 7 p.m. The restaurant wasn't too busy, so we got a table near the window, overlooking the quiet street outside. Michael was his usual self, talkative and full of energy, even though I felt completely drained. We ordered some food, had a couple of drinks, and talked mostly about work, with some personal stories thrown in. Michael told me about his family, how his kids were growing up fast, and how he was feeling the pressure of balancing work and home life. I listened, nodded along, but in truth, my mind was already halfway to bed. I could tell he was in one of those moods where he needed to vent, so I let him talk. I didn't mind. It was nice to catch up, even if I wasn't contributing much to the conversation. By the time we finished eating, it was close to 9 p.m. We both decided to call it a night. We parted ways in the lobby, with a casual "see you tomorrow," as he headed up to his room on the 5th floor. I watched him get into the elevator and disappear behind the closing doors. I went up to my own room, changed into my pajamas, and fell into bed. Sleep came quickly. The next morning, I woke up early, feeling somewhat refreshed. I had a few hours before the first session started, so I figured I'd meet Michael for breakfast. I texted him, asking if he wanted to join me downstairs, but after about 10 minutes with no response, I called his room. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. I wasn't too concerned. Maybe he was in the shower or had gone for a walk. So, I left a quick message and headed down to the restaurant alone. As I ate my breakfast, I kept an eye on the entrance, expecting Michael to show up any minute. But he never did. I checked my phone a few more times, hoping for a reply, but still nothing. I told myself he was probably just running late, or maybe even slept in. No big deal. After breakfast, I went to the conference, but I didn't see Michael there either. The day passed by slowly, filled with presentations and small talk with other colleagues, but the whole time, A small thought kept nagging at me. It wasn't like Michael to just vanish like that. He was always punctual, always the type to respond quickly to messages. By lunchtime, I was getting a little worried. I tried calling his room again, but this time the phone just rang and rang. No voicemail, no answer. I sent him another text, but it felt pointless. There was still no response. I decided to go back to the hotel during a break. The front desk staff knew me by now, so I casually asked if they'd seen Michael that morning. The receptionist, a young woman with a friendly smile, looked puzzled. Michael? I don't think so. I haven't seen anyone by that name this morning. Maybe you just missed him, I said, trying to keep my tone light. He's staying in room 513. She frowned. Let me check. She typed something into the computer, her fingers moving quickly across the keyboard. After a moment, she looked up at me, her expression unreadable. I'm sorry, but there's no one staying in room 513. Now I was the one who was confused. That's not right, I insisted. I had dinner with him last night. He's here for the same conference I am. She shook her head gently. I've been on shift since early this morning. If someone had checked out, I would know. There's no one by that name registered, and room 513 has been vacant. My stomach tightened. That can't be. He was here. We ate together in the restaurant. He went up to his room after dinner. You must have missed something. She glanced at the other receptionist, who gave a slight shake of his head. I'm sorry, sir. I can't find any record of a Michael staying here. And room 513 has been empty for a few days now. Frustration and confusion swirled in my head. I knew Michael had been here. I'd seen him, talked to him, shared a meal with him. How could they say he didn't exist? I tried to stay calm, but inside, panic was starting to creep in. Look, I know he's here. Can't you just check again? Maybe it has been a mistake. The receptionist hesitated but eventually nodded. I'll have housekeeping check the room. Maybe he's in there and didn't check in properly. I waited in the lobby, my mind racing. This didn't make any sense. I pulled out my phone and checked our conversation from last night. His messages were still there, our plans for dinner, the jokes we exchanged. There was no way he just vanished. I was sure of it. After what felt like forever, the receptionist came back, her expression serious. I had housekeeping check the room, she said softly. It's empty. No one's been in there. I'm really sorry. I stared at her, my heart sinking. That's impossible. I saw him go in there. She didn't have an answer for that, just an apologetic look that made me feel even worse. I stepped away from the desk, my head spinning. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just let this go. Michael was missing, and no one seemed to believe me. I decided to call the office. Maybe they had heard from him, or maybe something happened I didn't know about. When I dialed the number, a secretary answered. I quickly explained that I was trying to get in touch with Michael, that he hadn't shown up today, and the hotel couldn't find any record of him. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then the secretary said, I'm sorry, who did you say you were looking for? Michael Duncan. We're both here for the conference. He arrived the same day I did. Another pause, longer this time. I'm sorry, but there's no one by that name working with us, the secretary said carefully, as if speaking to someone who had made a mistake. I felt my heart sink into my stomach. What are you talking about? I've worked with him for the last 3 years. He's in the marketing department. I don't know what to tell you, she replied, sounding genuinely confused. There's no Michael Duncan listed in our records. Are you sure you have the right name? I hung up without saying another word. My hands were shaking, my mind racing. This had to be a mistake, right? A mix-up. But how could it be? I had known Michael for years. I had dinner with him last night, for God's sake. I hurried back to my room, my heart thudding in my chest. Once I was inside, I locked the door and sat down on the bed, trying to make sense of what was happening. I scrolled through my phone, looking for more evidence that Michael existed. Old texts, emails, photos, but when I checked my phone, there was nothing. No texts from Michael. No photos. Nothing. It was as if he had never been there at all. I sat on the bed, staring at my phone, my mind struggling to keep up with what was happening. How could he just vanish? How could someone I had known for years, someone I had seen just hours ago, simply disappear? I spent the rest of the day trying to find him. I talked to people at the conference, asked around, but no one seemed to know who I was talking about. They all gave me the same puzzled look, the same polite responses, but no one could recall ever meeting Michael. Some even seemed confused by the idea that I was asking about someone who had never been on the trip at all. It wasn't until late that evening, when I was back in my room, that the full weight of the situation hit me. I sat in the dark, the sound of the city outside barely audible through the window. Every now and then, I'd check my phone again, hoping for a missed call or a text that would prove I wasn't losing my mind. But there was nothing. I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That my colleague had disappeared, but no one else remembered him. That there was no record of him ever being on the trip, or even working with me. It sounded insane, and deep down, I was starting to wonder if I was going insane. The next morning, I packed my bags and left the hotel. The conference didn't matter anymore. I just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. As I checked out, the receptionist gave me a polite smile and asked if I enjoyed my stay. I forced a smile back and nodded, not trusting myself to say anything. I got in the taxi and headed to the airport, my mind still racing with questions. But no matter how hard I tried to figure it out, one thought kept coming back to me, chilling me to the bone. What if Michael had never existed at all? I was exhausted when I boarded the bus. It was one of those late-night trips where all you want is to sleep and wake up at your destination. No interruptions, no drama. The bus was half empty, and the faint hum of the engine and the dim lights created an almost soothing atmosphere. I found my seat near the back, leaned my head against the cool window, and closed my eyes. The ride was supposed to be simple, an overnight trip that would drop me off at my stop by morning. I'd done this route before, and I knew it by heart. The stops were routine, and the trip usually passed in a blur. I wasn't worried. In fact, I was grateful to get a few hours of sleep. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I remember is waking up to an odd sensation. The bus had stopped, but it wasn't my stop. The interior lights had flickered on, and a few passengers were gathering their things. It seemed normal enough. I yawned, glanced at my phone, and saw it was just after 3 a.m. I wasn't supposed to get off until around 7 a.m., so I settled back in my seat and closed my eyes again. I heard the bus doors hiss open and the sound of feet shuffling down the aisle as some passengers exited. Then the engine rumbled to life, and we were on the road again. I must have fallen back asleep, but this time it was different. My sleep wasn't peaceful. I felt disoriented, like I was slipping in and out of consciousness. I kept hearing sounds, murmurs, whispers, footsteps. The bus felt off. It wasn't the usual rhythmic sway. I woke up suddenly, my heart racing, not sure why. The bus was moving, but something was wrong. The light outside was strange. Instead of the usual dull orange glow from streetlights and passing cars, it was pitch dark. No signs, no traffic. Just blackness pressing against the windows. Confused, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was dead. Completely drained. That didn't make sense. I charged it before boarding. I looked around. The bus was quieter than before. There were fewer people, but I couldn't remember hearing any stops after the last one. I stood up, looking around, trying to see how many passengers were left. Maybe I had just slept through the other stops. But when I looked down the aisle, it felt like I was the only one left. The other seats were empty, except for a man a few rows ahead, hunched over with his hood pulled low over his face. He hadn't moved the entire trip. Feeling uneasy, I decided to walk up to the driver. Maybe I'd missed an announcement, or maybe something was wrong with the route. I walked slowly down the aisle, but as I passed the man, he didn't move. He was unnaturally still, like a statue. His breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible. I shook it off and kept moving toward the front of the bus. The driver was an older man, his face lined with deep wrinkles. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, though there was nothing but darkness in front of him. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said, my voice hoarse from sleep. "When's the next stop? I think I missed mine." The driver didn't respond at first. He just kept staring straight ahead. I tried again, louder this time. "Hey, I think I missed my stop. When are we getting tow?" "You already got off," he said, cutting me off. I blinked, confused. "What?" "No, I didn't. I've been here the whole time." He didn't turn to look at me. "You got off hours ago." I felt a chill run down my spine. "No, I didn't. I've been in my seat the entire ride. There's no way I could have gotten off." His hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles white under the dim light from the dashboard. "You're not supposed to be here." I stared at him, trying to make sense of his words. "What are you talking about?" The driver finally turned his head, just slightly, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. There was something wrong with his eyes. They looked hollow, as if they hadn't seen light in a long time. "You shouldn't be on this bus." Fear crept into my chest. I took a step back, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from the mirror. The driver's face was expressionless, but his eyes, there was something empty about them. Cold. I didn't get off. I insisted, my voice shaking. "I've been here the whole time." The driver let out a low sigh, almost like he was tired of the conversation. "It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to be here now." I turned quickly and walked back to my seat, my heart racing. What did he mean? How could I have gotten off if I'd been asleep? I sat down and tried to piece together what was happening, but nothing made sense. I looked around again, and that's when I realized the man with the hood was gone. His seat was empty. Panic gripped me. Had I missed more stops? Was this even the right bus anymore? I stared out the window, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. It didn't feel like we were moving through a town or a highway. I was exhausted when I boarded the bus. It was one of those late-night trips where all you want is to sleep and wake up at your destination. No interruptions, no drama. The bus was half empty, and the faint hum of the engine and the dim lights created an almost soothing atmosphere. I found my seat near the back, leaned my head against the cool window, and closed my eyes. The ride was supposed to be simple, an overnight trip that would drop me off at my stop by morning. I'd done this route before, and I knew it by heart. The stops were routine, and the trip usually passed in a blur. I wasn't worried. In fact, I was grateful to get a few hours of sleep. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I remember is waking up to an odd sensation. The bus had stopped, but it wasn't my stop. The interior lights had flickered on, and a few passengers were gathering their things. It seemed normal enough. I yawned, glanced at my phone, and saw it was just after 3 a.m. I wasn't supposed to get off until around 7 a.m., so I settled back in my seat and closed my eyes again. I heard the bus doors hiss open and the sound of feet shuffling down the aisle as some passengers exited. Then the engine rumbled to life, and we were on the road again. I must have fallen back asleep, but this time it was different. My sleep wasn't peaceful. I felt disoriented, like I was slipping in and out of consciousness. I kept hearing sounds, murmurs, whispers, footsteps. The bus felt off. It wasn't the usual rhythmic sway. I woke up suddenly, my heart racing, not sure why. The bus was moving, but something was wrong. The light outside was strange. Instead of the usual dull orange glow from streetlights and passing cars, it was pitch dark. No signs, no traffic. Just blackness pressing against the windows. Confused, I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was dead. Completely drained. That didn't make sense. I charged it before boarding. I looked around. The bus was quieter than before. There were fewer people, but I couldn't remember hearing any stops after the last one. I stood up, looking around, trying to see how many passengers were left. Maybe I had just slept through the other stops. But when I looked down the aisle, it felt like I was the only one left. The other seats were empty, except for a man a few rows ahead, hunched over with his hood pulled low over his face. He hadn't moved the entire trip. Feeling uneasy, I decided to walk up to the driver. Maybe I'd missed an announcement, or maybe something was wrong with the route. I walked slowly down the aisle, but as I passed the man, he didn't move. He was unnaturally still, like a statue. His breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible. I shook it off and kept moving toward the front of the bus. The driver was an older man, his face lined with deep wrinkles. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, though there was nothing but darkness in front of him. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said, my voice hoarse from sleep. "When's the next stop? I think I missed mine." The driver didn't respond at first. He just kept staring straight ahead. I tried again, louder this time. "Hey, I think I missed my stop. When are we getting tow?" "You already got off," he said, cutting me off. I blinked, confused. "What?" "No, I didn't. I've been here the whole time." He didn't turn to look at me. "You got off hours ago." I felt a chill run down my spine. No, I didn't. I've been in my seat the entire ride. There's no way I could have gotten off. His hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles white. It had been an exhausting day. My flight had been delayed for hours, and by the time I finally landed, it was well past midnight. All I could think about was getting to my hotel and collapsing into bed. I booked a ride through the app, relieved that I wouldn't have to worry about navigating the unfamiliar city in the dark. Within a few minutes, a car pulled up to the curb outside the terminal. A standard black sedan, nothing flashy, but it looked clean enough. The driver, a man who looked to be in his mid-40s, stepped out and gave me a small smile as he helped load my suitcase into the trunk. "Hotel, right?" he asked, confirming the address I had entered into the app. "Yeah, that's right," I replied, too tired to say much more. He nodded, got back behind the wheel, and we were off. The city was quiet at this hour, with only a few cars passing by and most of the buildings dark. The driver made small talk as we drove, asking about my flight and where I was from. He seemed friendly enough, and I was grateful for the distraction, even if my answers were short. My eyelids were heavy, and the quiet hum of the car made it hard to stay awake. About 20 minutes into the ride, we hit a stretch of road that was even darker than the rest. There were no street lights, just the car's headlights cutting through the blackness. I stared out the window, not really paying attention to where we were, just waiting for the ride to be over. Then, without warning, the driver slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. The car came to a stop, and I sat up, confused. "Everything okay?" I asked, trying to keep the tiredness out of my voice. The driver didn't answer. Instead, he turned off his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out of the car. The sound of the door shutting behind him echoed in the stillness. I watched him through the rear window as he walked away from the car. He didn't say anything. He didn't even look back. He just kept walking, his figure fading into the darkness until he was completely out of sight. For a moment, I just sat there, staring at the empty road behind us. The car was still running. The headlights were on, but the driver was gone. I waited a few minutes, thinking maybe he had stepped out for a reason. Maybe he had to take care of something and would be back any second. But as the minutes ticked by, I started to feel wrong. My pulse quickened, and the tiredness that had weighed me down moments ago was replaced with something else, something sharper. Why would he just walk away? And where had he gone? I checked the clock on the dashboard. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Still nothing. I cracked the window and listened for any sound, footsteps, a voice, anything, but there was only silence. It was like the night had swallowed him whole. The road stretched out ahead and behind, completely deserted. No houses, no other cars, just emptiness. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? The police? What would I even say? My driver just got out and disappeared. It sounded ridiculous. My phone buzzed in my hand, startling me. It was a notification from the ride app. "Is everything okay with your ride?" it asked, clearly noticing the unexpected stop. I hesitated for a moment, then tapped no. Almost instantly, I got a reply saying that they'd try to contact the driver. I waited, staring out into the darkness, hoping to see him walking back toward the car, some simple explanation on his lips. But he didn't come back. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread and decided to get out of the car. Maybe he was hurt. Maybe he needed help. I didn't want to, but something in me said I couldn't just sit here any longer. As I opened the door, the cold night air hit me like a slap. I stood next to the car for a moment, looking in the direction he had gone. The headlights barely lit up a few feet ahead, and beyond that was just an inky blackness. I called out, my voice cracking a little in the quiet. "Hello, are you okay?" No answer. I took a few steps away from the car, my feet crunching on the gravel by the roadside. The farther I walked, the more I realized how alone I was out here. It was just me and the car, the engine quietly humming behind me. And the driver? Gone. Completely gone. I turned around and walked back toward the car, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in on me. The car's door was still open, the interior lights spilling out onto the pavement. I sat back down in the passenger seat, closed the door, and locked it. That's when I noticed something strange on the dashboard. The small GPS screen showed our location, just a dot in the middle of nowhere. But the odd part wasn't the location. It was the destination. It had changed. The address of my hotel was gone, replaced by coordinates. Numbers that meant nothing to me, but sent a chill down my spine. I didn't remember the driver changing it, and I had no idea what the new destination could be. I tried to cancel the ride on the app, but it wouldn't let me. The option to end the trip was grayed out, locked somehow. I pressed the button a few more times, but it did nothing. The phone buzzed again. Another message from the ride service. We have contacted your driver. They should be back shortly. I stared at the message, a sick feeling twisting in my stomach. Back shortly. The driver had disappeared into the night without a trace. How could they be so sure? I didn't want to wait any longer. The thought of staying in that car, with the empty road stretching ahead, and the coordinates on the GPS screen, made my skin crawl. I grabbed my bag from the back seat, ready to start walking. Maybe I could flag down a passing car or find a gas station, anything to get away from this place. As I opened the door again, I heard a noise behind me. Footsteps, faint but steady, coming from the direction the driver had walked off in. I froze, my hand gripping the door handle. My heart was racing now, but I didn't turn around. The footsteps grew louder, closer. They were deliberate, like someone walking with a purpose. But something felt off. The rhythm of the steps was strange, too slow, almost mechanical. I finally turned, expecting to see the driver coming back, maybe with some explanation. But there was no one, just the empty road behind me. The footsteps stopped. My breath caught in my throat, and I looked around, scanning the area. There was nothing, no sign of him anywhere. I quickly got back into the car, slamming the door shut and locking it again. The car's engine was still running, but I had no idea what to do. I didn't know where I was, or where those coordinates on the GPS would take me. But staying here, alone on this dark road, felt like a worse option. I gripped the steering wheel with shaking hands. I had never driven a car that wasn't mine, but at that moment, I didn't care. I just needed to leave. I shifted the car into drive, the tires crunching against the gravel as I pulled back onto the road. For a few minutes, I drove without thinking, my mind racing. Every so often, I glanced at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, anything following me. But there was nothing. The road was still empty, just me and the dark. The GPS continued to show the strange coordinates, but I ignored it, focusing instead on finding a highway or a sign that could lead me back to civilization. After what felt like hours, I finally saw headlights in the distance. A car, heading in the opposite direction. I slowed down, waving my hand out the window as the car approached. To my relief, it pulled over. An older man rolled down the window, his face lit by the dim glow of his dashboard. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice gruff but concerned. "I think my driver left me," I said, struggling to find the right words. He just disappeared. The man frowned, looking past me at the empty road. Where was this? I pointed behind me, back toward the dark stretch of road I had just come from. Back there. A few miles, maybe. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded slowly. "You're not the first," he said, his voice low. "Happens sometimes. Out here." "What do you mean?" I asked, my throat tight. The man didn't answer. Instead, he just shook his head, rolled up his window, and drove off, leaving me standing there, alone on the road once again. I never found out what he meant, but as I finally made it to my hotel, safe and far from that dark road, I couldn't shake the feeling that the driver wasn't the only thing that had vanished that night. Business trips can be exhausting, but I had never experienced anything that truly rattled me until that night. It was supposed to be just another regular work trip. I'd flown into a small city for a client meeting, checked into a mid-range hotel near the airport, and spent the day in long meetings. By the time I returned to my hotel room, I was wiped out. The room was ordinary, clean, with the usual setup. A bed, a desk, a chair, a TV, and a small table by the window. Nothing about it stood out. I didn't need much anyway. I just wanted sleep. That night, after answering a few last-minute work emails, I shut off the lights and settled into bed. The room was quiet, save for the distant hum of traffic outside and the occasional groan of the air conditioning. I remember feeling the weight of my eyelids pulling me into sleep. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. Until I woke up. It must have been sometime in the middle of the night. The room was still dark, but I wasn't groggy the way you are when you wake up from a dream. No, this was different. I was wide awake, fully aware, and something felt wrong. I don't know what made me do it, but I opened my eyes and looked toward the foot of the bed. And there, standing perfectly still, was a figure. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe I hadn't really woken up. Maybe it was just a leftover image from a dream. But as I blinked and rubbed my eyes, the figure didn't disappear. It stayed there motionless, like it was waiting for something. My heart raced. I sat up quickly, my body jolting upright in bed, and in that instant the figure vanished. It didn't fade away or move out of sight. It was just gone. One moment it was there, and the next, the space at the foot of the bed was empty. I sat there, my chest tight, my breath coming fast, staring at the spot where the figure had been. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Maybe it was a shadow from something outside, a trick of the light, but the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The room had been completely dark, no outside light shining through the heavy curtains. There was nothing that could have cast a shadow like that. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, my hand shaking as I switched it on. The sudden brightness stung my eyes, but the room was empty. Nothing seemed out of place. The door was still locked, the windows shut. No sign of anyone, or anything. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I tried to close my eyes, my mind replayed the image of that figure standing at the foot of my bed. What was it? Who was it? Morning couldn't come fast enough. After tossing and turning for what felt like hours, I finally gave up on trying to rest and got out of bed. As soon as the hotel restaurant opened, I went downstairs to get some coffee, hoping the harsh bitterness would shake off the feeling of unease that clung to me. But it didn't. The whole time I sat there, sipping my coffee, I kept glancing around, half expecting to see that figure again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in my room, even though I knew it was impossible. Right? After breakfast, I decided to talk to the hotel staff. I wasn't sure what I expected them to do. Maybe reassure me that it was nothing, that the stress of travel had gotten to me. When I reached the front desk, I asked if anyone had access to the rooms during the night. The young man behind the counter shook his head, looking puzzled. No, sir. Our doors automatically lock from the inside, and we haven't had any reports of break-ins or anything like that. I nodded but felt a knot forming in my stomach. Is there any chance someone could have gotten into my room? I think I saw someone last night, standing at the foot of my bed. His expression changed from polite to concerned. You're sure? Because we have cameras in the hallways, and no one can get into a guest's room without a keycard. If you'd like, we can check the security footage. I agreed, hoping it would ease my mind. A few minutes later, I was sitting in a back office with the hotel's security manager. He pulled up the footage from the hallway outside my room, time-stamped from the night before. We watched the screen as the empty hallway played out. Hours passed in seconds. No one walked by. No one entered or exited my room. See, the security manager said, glancing at me, no one went in or out after you. I felt a cold sensation wash over me, but I saw someone. I'm not crazy. I woke up and there was a person standing there. The security manager paused, his expression careful. There's something you should know, he said, leaning in slightly. This isn't the first time someone's reported seeing something in that room. I blinked, trying to process what he was saying. What do you mean? Guests who've stayed in that room. Room 304, right? A few of them have mentioned strange things happening. Figures standing by the bed, shadows moving in the corners. But every time we check the footage, there's no one there. The room's always empty. I stared at him, my mouth dry. Are you saying the room's haunted? He shrugged. I wouldn't go that far. But we've heard enough stories to know something weird happens there. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to laugh it off. Haunted hotel rooms were the stuff of ghost stories, not real life. But the memory of that figure standing at the foot of my bed wouldn't leave me. I had seen it. I knew I had. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I went through the motions of my meetings, trying to focus on work, but my mind kept drifting back to that room. Every time I thought about going back, my chest tightened. I didn't want to sleep there again. I didn't want to see that figure again. By the time the day was over, I had made up my mind. I wasn't staying in that room another night. I asked the hotel to switch me to a different room, citing personal reasons. The receptionist didn't ask too many questions. Maybe she already knew what was going on. That night, I slept in a room 2 floors down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I kept the lights on, the TV playing softly in the background, anything to keep the silence away. But even with the door locked, I couldn't stop thinking about room 304. What had I seen? Who, or what, had been standing at the foot of my bed? The hotel staff seemed resigned to the fact that strange things happened in that room, but they didn't have any answers. The next morning, I checked out early, eager to get home. As I loaded my suitcase into the cab, I found myself glancing up at the hotel windows. The curtains in room 304 were drawn, but I couldn't help but wonder if the figure was still there, watching, waiting for the next guest to wake up and see it standing by the bed. The ride to the airport felt like a relief, as if I was finally leaving something behind that I didn't fully understand. But even now, months later, I can't forget that night. Every time I stay in a hotel, I find myself waking up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, expecting to see someone standing at the foot of my bed. So far, I haven't seen anything since, but every time I open my eyes in the dark, I can't help but wonder, will it happen again? After that trip, I made a habit of avoiding small, older hotels whenever I travelled. I preferred places with lots of guests, modern security systems, and bright, bustling lobbies. I'd tell myself it was for practical reasons, better amenities, fewer surprises. But deep down, I knew it had everything to do with room 304. Every time I walked into a hotel room, I'd check the foot of the bed before unpacking, just to make sure it was empty. I didn't talk about what happened much. Who would believe me? I wasn't sure I believed it myself. Months passed, and though the memory faded a bit, it never really left me. I'd find myself awake at odd hours in the night, sitting up in bed, heart racing, convinced I had seen a shadow move at the edge of the room. There was always that split second where I thought I'd see someone standing there again. But each time, the room remained empty. Even still, it was always in the back of my mind, an unshakable feeling that something wasn't quite right in the world. Then one night, I received an email from a colleague who had stayed at the same hotel a few weeks after I had. It was a casual conversation about work at first, but then she mentioned something odd. "Hey, you stayed at that hotel, right? Weird question, but did anything strange happen to you there? I swear I woke up in the middle of the night and saw someone standing near the bed, but when I turned on the light, no one was there." It was my second night in the small coastal town, and I was enjoying the solitude. I'd taken this vacation to get away from the noise and stress of my daily life, choosing a quiet hotel far from the busy tourist spots. The building was old, with creaky wooden floors and faded wallpaper, but I didn't mind. The view from my room was beautiful, overlooking the ocean, where the waves crashed against the rocky shore. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. I spent most of my days walking along the cliffs, watching the sea, or reading by the window in my room. The town itself was small, with only a few shops and restaurants, and I rarely saw other guests at the hotel. It was perfect. On the second night, after dinner at a small cafe down the road, I returned to my room. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, something immediately caught my eye. There, on the desk near the window, was a postcard. I frowned, confused. I hadn't bought any postcards, and there was no reason one should be there. The card was simple, an image of the same cliffs I had been walking along earlier, with the dark ocean behind them. It was one of those cheap tourist postcards you could buy at any souvenir shop. But it wasn't the card itself that unsettled me. It was the message on the back. In messy, hurried handwriting, someone had written, "Leave tonight. Don't wait. You're not safe." No signature, no explanation. My stomach turned as I stared at the words. Who had written this? Why? I looked around the room, half expecting someone to be watching me, but of course I was alone. The door had been locked when I came back, and no one had been inside when I left. I checked the postcard again, flipping it over to see if there was a postmark, but there wasn't. Nothing indicated it had come through the mail. That meant someone had brought it into my room. I couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run through me. Was this some kind of prank? Maybe one of the other guests was trying to scare me for fun, but the hotel was practically empty. I had only seen one other person briefly in the lobby earlier, a man, older, who didn't seem interested in anyone but himself. I considered taking the postcard to the front desk, but something stopped me. What would I even say? I could already imagine the look on the clerk's face, a mixture of confusion and amusement. Maybe I was overreacting. After all, it was probably just a prank, a joke by someone who thought it would be funny to scare a stranger. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I decided to put the card in the desk drawer and try to forget about it. I would keep the door locked, and tomorrow I'd ask the staff if they'd seen anyone near my room. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind running in circles around the postcard. Who would go through the trouble of doing something like this? Was it really just a prank, or was there something more to it? I must have dozed off at some point, because I was startled awake by a noise. A loud, sharp knock echoed through the room. I sat up, my heart beating faster. It took me a second to realize it had come from my door. Another knock. I threw back the covers and got out of bed, hesitating for a moment before moving towards the door. Who would be knocking at this hour? I checked the clock. 2:30 in the morning. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding shaky in the stillness. No response. I stepped closer to the door, pressing my ear against it, listening for any sound. Nothing. I held my breath for a moment, waiting. Whoever it was, they didn't knock again. I backed away from the door and returned to bed, pulling the covers tight around me. My mind was racing. Maybe it was just someone knocking on the wrong door. That had to be it. But the memory of the postcard gnawed at me, making it impossible to dismiss the unease in my chest. Somehow, I managed to fall asleep again, though it was a restless, dreamless sleep. When I woke in the morning, sunlight was streaming through the window, and everything felt calmer. The postcard seemed like less of a threat in the daylight. I got dressed and went downstairs to the lobby. The front desk clerk, a woman in her late 30s, looked up as I approached. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. "Morning," I replied, my voice a bit tight. I hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Can I ask you something a bit strange?" "Of course." "Did anyone leave something in my room last night?" "A postcard." Her smile faded slightly. "No, we don't deliver mail to the rooms. If you had mail, it would be kept at the desk." I nodded, unsure how to continue. It wasn't mailed. It was just there. And someone knocked on my door in the middle of the night. Her expression shifted to one of concern. "No one should have been knocking on your door at that time." "I'm sorry. I don't know what that could be." I gave her a weak smile and walked outside, feeling more confused than ever. The postcard couldn't have just appeared on its own. Someone had to have left it. I decided to clear my head with a walk along the cliffs. The morning air was cool, and the ocean looked calm. I kept replaying the events of the night in my mind, trying to make sense of it all. But no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't come up with an explanation. As I made my way back to the hotel later that afternoon, I noticed a small gift shop tucked between two buildings I hadn't noticed before. Something about the place drew me in, so I stepped inside. The shop was cluttered with old postcards, trinkets, and souvenirs from the town. I approached the counter, where an older woman sat. She smiled at me, her wrinkled face kind. "Looking for something special?" she asked. "Not really. Just browsing," I said, but then I remembered the postcard. "Actually, do you sell postcards with the cliffs and ocean on them?" She nodded. "Oh yes, very popular around here. They've been printing the same image for years. A favorite with tourists." "Do you remember who bought one recently? I found one in my hotel room, but I didn't buy it." Her brow furrowed, and she tapped her fingers on the counter, thinking. "Not many tourists this time of year." "Let me think," she paused. "Oh, there was a man. He bought a few postcards just yesterday. Older fellow, grey hair. Didn't talk much." My heart skipped a beat. "Was he staying at the same hotel as me?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Yes, I believe so," she replied. He mentioned the place. I thanked her and left the shop, my mind racing. The man I'd seen in the lobby. He had to be the one who left the postcard. But why? Why warn me? What wasn't safe? I returned to the hotel, determined to find out more. But when I asked the front desk about the man, the clerk's face went blank. "There hasn't been anyone staying here with that description," she said firmly. I stared at her, speechless. "But I saw him," I insisted. "I saw him yesterday in the lobby." She shook her head. "You must be mistaken. The hotel's been quiet. Only a few guests, and no one who matches that description." I left the desk, my skin crawling with a cold sense of dread. What was going on? I had seen him. I knew I had. And the postcard, the message, it wasn't a coincidence. Someone had left it for me, and they wanted me gone. That night, I locked the door tightly, sliding a chair in front of it for good measure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I wasn't alone. At around midnight, I heard it again, a knock at the door. This time, I didn't answer. I stayed perfectly still listening. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. And then silence. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. After a few minutes, I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. I moved the chair and slowly opened the door, just a crack. The hallway was empty, but there, on the floor outside my door, was another postcard. With shaking hands, I picked it up and turned it over. The same handwriting, the same hurried scroll. It's too late. You should have left. I slammed the door shut and threw the card on the floor, my mind racing. Whoever was doing this, whatever was happening, it was real, and it wasn't going to stop. I packed my bags and left the hotel that night. I didn't care about the cost, or the fact that I had days left on my reservation. I couldn't stay there anymore. As I drove out of the town, the postcards burned in my mind. I never found out who left them or why. But I knew one thing for sure. I had barely escaped whatever was waiting for me. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. Work had been non-stop, and I needed a break. A long weekend at a nice hotel, some time by the pool, and maybe a few drinks. That was all I wanted. The hotel was perfect overlooking the ocean, with a balcony that had a great view of the water stretching out into the horizon. It was exactly the kind of place I needed to clear my head. The first night there, I was too tired to do much. I ordered room service, sat on the balcony with a drink, and just watched the sun dip into the water. It was peaceful, quiet. I snapped a few pictures on my phone, mostly of the view, the waves, the fading light, the scattered clouds. One of those wish you were here kind of shots to send to a couple of friends who couldn't make the trip. After taking a few more photos, I went back inside and threw my phone onto the bed, not really thinking about the pictures anymore. I showered, got into bed, and flicked through the TV channels. I eventually fell asleep with the sound of the ocean in the background, the gentle white noise pushing away the stress I had been carrying for months. The next morning, I woke up feeling more rested than I had in a long time. I decided to check my phone and look at the photos I'd taken the night before. As I scrolled through them, I paused on one picture, the one where I'd captured the sunset from the balcony. But something was off. At first, I didn't really notice it. It was just the usual picture of the ocean and the sky, but then my eyes caught something strange in the corner. In the window of the room next to mine, there was a figure. Someone was standing there, looking right at me. I zoomed in on the photo, trying to get a better look. The figure was blurry, almost like they were slightly out of focus, but it was definitely a person. They were standing inside the room next door, behind the glass, facing directly toward my balcony. But the part that really made my skin crawl was the face. The figure wasn't just looking in my direction. They were staring straight at the camera. It was as if they knew I was taking the picture, and they wanted to be seen. A cold feeling crept over me as I sat there staring at the screen. I had been outside for at least half an hour last night, enjoying the sunset, and I didn't see anyone next door. I hadn't heard anything either. No movement, no sound coming from the room. The hotel had been quiet. That's why I'd booked it, after all. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just another guest who had checked in late, someone I didn't notice at the time. But I couldn't get past the way they were looking at me in the photo. There was something unsettling about their posture, their face, the way they seemed too focused on me, like they knew exactly what I was doing. I decided to go down to the front desk and ask about the room next door, just to put my mind at ease. When I got there, I explained that I was staying in room 714 and asked if anyone was staying in 716, the room next to mine. The woman at the front desk smiled politely and typed into her computer. After a moment, her expression shifted slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her face. 716, she asked, glancing up at me. That room isn't occupied. We haven't had anyone in there for a few days. My stomach tightened. Are you sure? I think I saw someone in there last night. She looked back at the screen, then shook her head. No, there's no one staying in 716. We're doing some light renovations in that room next week, so it's been empty. I thanked her, trying to keep my voice steady, and headed back to my room. My thoughts were spinning. If no one was staying in that room, then who, or what, had I seen? Was it a trick of the light? Maybe a reflection or something I couldn't explain. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, that face in the window stuck in my mind. I couldn't leave it alone. Back in my room, I stood on the balcony again, looking over at the window of 716. The curtains were drawn now, no sign of anyone inside. I felt silly standing there, staring at an empty room, but I couldn't help myself. That cold feeling from earlier returned, creeping up my spine. Something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone again and zoomed in on the photo. The figure was still there, blurry but unmistakable. I tried to ignore the growing sense of dread and focused on the details. It wasn't normal. There was something off about the eyes, like they were too dark, too deep. The more I looked, the more wrong it felt, like the face didn't belong to a living person. I didn't sleep well that night. Every little sound seems louder than usual, every creak of the walls or distant footsteps in the hall sending a jolt of anxiety through me. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something from the room next door, a soft thud, like someone moving furniture or closing a door. I sat up in bed, straining to hear more, but after a few minutes, everything went silent again. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe just the building settling or the wind outside. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even as I ate breakfast in the hotel restaurant, I felt like eyes were on me, unseen but close. I kept thinking about that figure in the photo. Why hadn't I noticed them when I was taking the picture? It was like they only existed in the photo, like they weren't really there until I looked at it later. By the third day, I was completely on edge. I avoided going out onto the balcony, too freaked out by what I might see. But I couldn't stop thinking about the room next door. Something was pulling me toward it, like I needed to know more. I decided to do something I probably shouldn't have. I waited until late in the evening, when I was sure the cleaning staff had finished for the day, and I went down the hall to room 716. The hallway was empty, and the only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioning. When I reached the door, I hesitated. My hand hovered over the doorknob, but I couldn't bring myself to touch it. What was I expecting to find? There was no logical reason to be this scared, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was waiting behind that door. Before I could talk myself out of it, I knocked, just once. The sound echoed down the hallway. For a long moment, there was nothing. No response, no movement from inside the room. I told myself to walk away, to go back to my room and forget about all of this. But then I heard it. A faint scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor inside 716. My heart pounded in my chest as I pressed my ear to the door. The noise stopped, leaving me in complete silence. Suddenly, I heard a soft click, the door unlocking from the inside. I backed up, my pulse racing. The door remained closed, but I knew what I had heard. Something, had unlocked it. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the door to open, for the figure in the photo to step out and reveal itself. But the door stayed shut. That was enough for me. I bolted back to my room, my hands shaking as I locked the door behind me. I didn't care about the trip anymore, didn't care about how ridiculous I might look for leaving early. I packed my bags, threw everything together as fast as I could, and checked out of the hotel the next morning without looking back. As I drove away, my mind kept replaying everything that had happened. The figure in the window, the sounds from the empty room, the door unlocking on its own. It didn't make sense. None of it did, but I couldn't deny what I had seen and heard. I still have that photo on my phone. I haven't shown it to anyone. Sometimes I think about deleting it, but part of me can't let it go. Every time I look at it, I see the same thing, the figure, watching me from the window, as if waiting for me to come back. And sometimes, when I look closely, I swear that the figure is a little clearer each time. Even after I left the hotel, the experience haunted me. I kept replaying the moment I saw that figure in the photo, wondering if I should have done more, if I should have opened the door to room 716. Part of me wanted answers, but another part was terrified of what I might have uncovered. As much as I tried to forget about it, the memory clung to me, creeping back into my mind at odd times. I'd be sitting at home, doing something mundane like watching TV or scrolling through my phone, and suddenly I'd feel that same cold sensation, like I was being watched. It was as if the figure had followed me, leaving the hotel, but not leaving me. One night, weeks after my stay, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart racing. I lay there in the dark, trying to figure out what had woken me. My phone was on the nightstand, face down. I had been in the city for 3 days on a work trip, and by the third night I was exhausted. After hours of meetings, I just wanted to get back to my hotel room and sleep. It wasn't a fancy hotel, just one of those basic places you stay when you travel. The room was small, clean enough, but the kind of place you forget the minute you leave. That night, I decided to grab a late dinner at a nearby restaurant. I had planned to walk back to the hotel afterward, but as I stepped outside, the weather had taken a turn. A heavy rain had started, and the streets were nearly deserted. It wasn't a great neighborhood to be walking around late at night, especially with the streets so quiet. I figured it was safer to call a taxi, so I went back into the restaurant and asked them to call one for me. They were kind enough to help, and within a few minutes, I had a confirmation that a taxi was on its way. The front desk at the restaurant told me it would take about 15 minutes. That seemed reasonable. I thanked them and went back outside to wait. The rain was coming down harder now, and I huddled under the awning, checking my phone every few minutes. The streets were dark, the few streetlights casting long shadows on the empty sidewalks. The only sounds were the occasional cars speeding past, their headlights cutting through the rain. I kept checking my phone, watching the minutes tick by. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. I called the taxi company to check the status. The dispatcher told me the driver was on his way and should be there any minute. I thanked her and waited some more, trying to be patient. The rain didn't let up, and the streets remained as empty as before. 45 minutes passed. Still no taxi. At this point, I was starting to feel more than just irritated. Something didn't feel right. I called the taxi company again, and this time the dispatcher sounded confused. "The driver should have been there by now," she said. "Let me check." There was a pause, some clicking sounds on her end, and then she came back. "It says here the driver arrived at your location about 20 minutes ago." My stomach tightened. He didn't. I've been standing here the whole time, and no one's shown up. The dispatcher hesitated. That's strange. The driver reported picking up a passenger and heading to the destination. Are you sure you didn't see him? I felt a chill creep up my spine. "I'm sure," I said, my voice firmer than I intended. "No one picked me up." She apologized and promised to send another taxi right away. By now, I wasn't even sure if I should wait for it. I felt exposed standing out there, soaked and cold. The rain wasn't letting up, and the city around me felt different. Like the silence was too heavy, the shadows a little too long. I walked back inside the restaurant, feeling embarrassed and unsettled. The staff was still there, cleaning up for the night. I told them what had happened, and they seemed surprised. One of them offered to call the hotel for me, and I accepted gratefully. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone and said, "They're sending someone from the hotel's shuttle service. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. That put me at ease for a moment. I waited inside, away from the rain, trying to shake off the strange feeling that had been growing in my chest. When the shuttle finally arrived, I breathed a sigh of relief. The driver waved at me through the window, and I quickly got in. It was an older man, probably in his 60s, with a tired but kind expression. We didn't talk much on the way back to the hotel. I just watched the rain hitting the windows, feeling oddly drained. When I got back to the hotel, I went straight to my room. I thought about calling the taxi company one more time, but I was too tired to deal with it. I convinced myself it was just a mix-up. Maybe the driver had gone to the wrong address, and the rain had made everything worse. I showered, crawled into bed, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I went down to the front desk to check out. As I handed over my room key, I mentioned what had happened with the taxi. I wasn't expecting much, just a passing comment. The receptionist, a young woman with a friendly smile, looked up at me with a strange expression when I told her the story. "Wait, you ordered a taxi from here last night?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "No," I replied. "I was at a restaurant. They called it for me, but the taxi never showed up. The company said the driver picked someone up, but it wasn't me." Her smile faded, and she glanced down at her computer screen. She typed something in and stared at the monitor for a long moment. "That's strange," she said quietly. "We got a call from a taxi company last night asking if a guest named Daniel Smith was staying here. They said they picked him up from a restaurant, but he never arrived." I felt my heart skip a beat. That's my name. She looked up at me, confusion written all over her face. "They said the driver picked you up, but then you vanished. The driver said you were sitting in the back, but when he arrived at the hotel, the back seat was empty. I could feel my pulse in my ears." "What do you mean, vanished? I never got into that taxi." She shook her head slowly. "The driver insisted he picked up someone who matched your description. He even described what you were wearing, a dark jacket, jeans, black shoes. He said you got into the car, but by the time he reached the hotel, you weren't there anymore." A cold wave of fear washed over me. I was wearing exactly that last night. "I don't understand," I managed to say. My voice felt weak, almost distant, like it wasn't my own. I never saw the taxi. I waited for over an hour, and it never came. The receptionist didn't seem to know what to say either. Maybe it was some kind of mistake. Maybe the driver picked up the wrong person, or there was a mix-up. I nodded, but inside, nothing made sense. The clothes, the time, the fact that someone had apparently gotten into a taxi under my name and disappeared, it all added up to something I couldn't explain. I thanked her and left the hotel, but the whole way to the airport, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to me that night. I kept replaying the conversation with the taxi company in my head. They had said the driver arrived. They had said he picked someone up. And then there was the driver's claim that his passenger, someone who looked exactly like me, had vanished by the time he got to the hotel. The rest of the trip was a blur. I made it home safely, but I couldn't stop thinking about that night. I told a few close friends, but no one had an explanation. Most of them shrugged it off as some bizarre coincidence, maybe even a prank by the taxi driver. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something far stranger had happened. I thought back to standing outside that restaurant in the rain, waiting for a taxi that never showed up. Or at least, never showed up for me. Had I been waiting for a ride that had already happened? Had I somehow been part of something I couldn't understand, something that didn't belong in the normal flow of time? Even now, months later, I still think about it. Every time I take a taxi, I get this strange, uneasy feeling, like I'm waiting for something to go wrong again. I keep wondering what happened in the back of that car that night, and who, or what, was sitting in my place. But there's one thought that haunts me the most, something I try not to think about too often, but can't ignore. What if it was me in that taxi? What if, for a moment, I was in that car without even knowing it? And what if, somewhere between the restaurant and the hotel, I just disappeared? Since that night, I've developed a strange habit. Every time I get into a taxi, I make sure to leave something small, like a coin or a scrap of paper, to just to prove I was there. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but after what happened, I need reassurance. I need to know that I won't just vanish, that I won't end up as some strange story a driver tells about a passenger who was there 1 minute and gone the next. I keep waiting for that same eerie feeling to return, the one that wrapped around me that night like the rain. But the worst part, the part I can't explain to anyone, is that sometimes when I'm alone, in the quiet of my room or walking down an empty street, I swear I hear the faint sound of a car door closing. It's distant, almost like a memory, but it's enough to stop me in my tracks. Every time I hear it, I wonder if it's the taxi, still out there, waiting for me to finish a ride that I never started, or worse, waiting to pick me up again. It had been a long day of travelling, and I was beyond tired. I had been moving from city to city for work, and this was the last leg of my trip. All I wanted was to get home. I'd taken a late-night bus, one of those cross-country trips that dragged on for hours, but it was cheap, and I didn't have much choice. When I got on the bus, I looked around and saw that it was mostly empty. A few passengers were scattered here and there, some already asleep, some staring blankly out the window. I found a seat near the back, not too far from the bathroom, and sat down, thankful for the space. I had hoped I'd be left alone for the ride. The bus pulled out of the station, and I settled in, resting my head against the window. We had barely left the city when I heard a voice beside me. "Long ride ahead, isn't it?" I turned and saw an old man sitting in the seat next to mine. I hadn't noticed him before, but I had been so focused on getting comfortable, I figured I'd just missed him taking the seat. He was probably in his 70s, with thinning white hair, wearing an old-fashioned jacket that looked a little too big for his small frame. His eyes were bright, though, like he had a story to tell. "Yeah," I replied, offering a polite smile. "It's gonna be a long one." He nodded slowly, looking out the window as the city lights began to fade into the distance. These kinds of trips, they give you time to think. A lot of time to think. I wasn't much in the mood for conversation, but there was something about his voice that was oddly soothing. I didn't mind talking, at least for a little while. "Do you travel often?" I asked, trying to make small talk. He smiled, his face lighting up. "Oh, yes. I've traveled all over, more places than I can count." I raised my eyebrows. "Really? That sounds amazing. Where have you been?" He leaned back in his seat, folding his hands in his lap. "You name it, I've probably been there. I've been to the pyramids of Egypt, the markets of Marrakech, the frozen tundras of Siberia. There's a whole world out there waiting to be seen." I was surprised. He didn't look like someone who had been all over the world, but the way he spoke, with such certainty and detail, made me believe him. I started asking more questions, and soon he was telling me story after story of his travels. Places I'd only ever dreamed of seeing, places that felt like they belonged in adventure novels. He told me about climbing mountains in Nepal, nearly getting lost in the vast deserts of Saudi Arabia, and wandering through the crowded streets of Tokyo. His descriptions were so vivid that I could almost see the places in my mind. It was as if he had lived 1,000 lives, seen 1,000 worlds. "You must have so many stories," I said, fascinated. "How did you get to travel so much?" He chuckled softly, a warm, almost fatherly sound. "I've always been a bit of a wanderer, never could stay in one place for too long. Life, it has a way of pushing you to move, to see more." I didn't know how much time had passed, but the bus continued to rumble along the highway, the scenery outside turning into nothing but darkness, and the occasional blur of headlights from passing cars. The old man kept talking, and I kept listening, drawn into his tales. It was strange. Despite his age, his voice never faltered. He didn't sound tired or out of breath, and the stories kept flowing as if he had an endless supply. But as the hours went by, I started to feel more and more tired. My eyelids grew heavy, and soon I found myself nodding off, still listening to him talk, his voice a soft, constant presence in the back of my mind. At some point, I must have fallen asleep completely, because the next thing I knew, I woke up to the sound of the bus driver calling out the next stop. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, and looked around. The seat next to me was empty. I sat up straight, confused. Where had the old man gone? I hadn't even noticed him leave. Maybe he had gotten off at one of the stops while I was asleep. The bus pulled into the station, and the few other passengers began to gather their things and file off the bus. I stayed seated for a moment, thinking about the old man and his stories. I wished I had gotten his name. Something about him felt important, like he wasn't just a stranger I met on a bus. He was different. I grabbed my bag and headed toward the front of the bus. As I passed the driver, I hesitated and asked, "Hey, do you remember the old man who was sitting near me? The one with the white hair? Did he get off already?" The driver, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, looked up at me, clearly puzzled. "Old man? There wasn't anyone sitting near you." I frowned. "No, I'm sure there was. We talked for hours. He was right next to me." The driver shook his head. "Sorry, kid. You've been sitting alone since we left. I've been watching the rear-view mirror all night." A cold feeling crept up my spine. I opened my mouth to protest, but the look on the driver's face told me he wasn't joking. He really hadn't seen anyone else. I stepped off the bus, my head spinning. How could he not have seen the old man? We talked the whole time. I wasn't imagining it. I remembered every story, every word the man had said. As I stood in the parking lot, the cold night air biting at my skin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I had been so sure of the old man's presence, of his stories. But now doubt was creeping in. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had I somehow fallen asleep and dreamed it all? I thought about his stories, about the way he had spoken with such detail, such passion. Could I have made all of that up in my head? It didn't seem possible, but the driver had been clear. He hadn't seen anyone, and as I replayed the conversation in my mind, something began to gnaw at me. The old man had never mentioned specifics. He had told me about places I knew of, famous landmarks, distant countries, but never anything too personal. No names of people he met, no specific dates or times. Just vague, sweeping stories of adventure, like something out of a book. I shook my head, trying to clear the strange feeling growing in my chest. Maybe I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. It had been a long day after all. But as I walked through the dark parking lot toward the small motel where I had booked a room for the night, I couldn't stop thinking about the old man, the way he had just disappeared, and the fact that no one else had seen him. When I finally got to my room, I collapsed onto the bed, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept going back to the conversation, to his stories, and to the strange emptiness I felt now that I knew he hadn't really been there. Or had he? The next morning, I checked out of the motel and caught the next bus home. The whole ride, I couldn't stop thinking about the old man, wondering if I'd ever learn the truth. I thought about asking around, seeing if anyone else had ever had a similar experience. But something told me it wouldn't help. The man was gone, and whatever he had been, I would never get answers. A few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I did some research on the bus route I had taken that night, looking into stories or legends tied to it, and that's when I found it. Years ago, a man had died on that same bus route. He had been travelling alone, going from city to city with no clear destination. According to the news articles, he had been a world traveller, a man who had spent his life moving from place to place, never settling down. I stared at the old black and white photo of him in the article. His face was thinner, and his hair was a little darker, but there was no mistaking it. It was him, the man I had spoken to on the bus. He had died almost 50 years ago. I closed my laptop, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to think. Had I really spoken to the ghost of a man who had been dead for decades? Or was my mind just playing tricks on me? I never found out. But ever since that night, whenever I travel, I can't help but glance at the seat next to me, wondering if, one day, he might show up again, ready to tell another story. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, haunted by the sound of his voice, as if he's still sitting beside me, sharing another one of his endless stories. I try to convince myself that it was all just a strange dream, but there's a part of me that knows better. Whenever I pass by a bus station or see an empty seat, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there somewhere waiting for another traveller to share his tales with, to keep his memory alive. Airports had always stressed me out. The noise, the people, the tight schedules. It was all too much. But I had no choice, not with the way my job kept me travelling almost constantly. This trip was no different. I was stuck in an airport during a long layover between flights, already exhausted from a week of meetings. I found a quiet corner in the lounge, placed my luggage next to me, and decided to get some coffee to shake off the drowsiness. I made sure my suitcase was tucked against the chair where I'd be sitting. It was one of those hard shell bags, blue with a bright orange luggage tag, impossible to miss. I gave it a final look before heading to the nearby coffee kiosk. The line was short, and within 5 minutes, I had my steaming cup of coffee in hand. When I turned to head back, my heart skipped a beat. My suitcase wasn't where I left it. It had moved somehow. I could see it sitting there, but it wasn't next to the chair anymore. Instead, it had shifted several feet away, near a row of empty seats. I stared at it, trying to figure out if maybe I had been more tired than I realized and had misremembered where I left it. But I was certain I'd put it right next to the chair. No one else was around, and no one seemed to be paying attention to my luggage. I walked over and checked it, almost expecting to find someone's handprint on it, or some sign that it had been tampered with. But everything seemed normal. The bag wasn't even scuffed from being dragged across the floor. I tried to push the strange feeling out of my mind, chalking it up to airport staff, or maybe even another passenger accidentally bumping into it. Still, it didn't sit right with me. I sat back down, pulling my luggage close again, this time keeping it between my legs just to be safe. My flight wasn't for another hour, so I tried to focus on my phone, checking emails and pretending everything was fine. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every few minutes, I found myself looking at the bag, almost as if I was expecting it to move again. After about 15 minutes, I stood up to stretch. I needed to clear my head. The stress of work, the long hours, the constant travelling, it had to be getting to me. Maybe I just needed to walk around a bit, loosen up my muscles. But before I could take a step, I noticed it. The suitcase had shifted again. This time, I hadn't even left the area. I had just stood up, my back turned for a second. And now the bag was sitting a few feet away from me, tilted slightly on one side. I froze, staring at it, trying to understand what I was seeing. I wasn't imagining it. I hadn't touched it. No one else was nearby. The bag had moved by itself. I quickly grabbed the suitcase and dragged it back to my seat. My hands were shaking now, and my heart was racing. This wasn't normal. Something was wrong. I sat back down, clutching the handle of the suitcase like it might slip away from me if I let go. I had to figure out what was going on. Maybe someone was messing with me. Maybe there was some prank going on, and I was the unlucky target. I spotted a security guard standing near the lounge entrance and decided to talk to him. Maybe he'd seen something, or at least could help me check the security footage. I walked over to him, suitcase in hand. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I think something strange is going on with my luggage." He raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean strange?" I explained what had happened, how the bag had moved on its own, twice, and how there was no one around who could have touched it. I could tell he didn't believe me. His expression was skeptical, but he nodded and agreed to help me check the footage, just to put my mind at ease. We headed to the security office, where another guard sat behind a wall of monitors. The first guard explained the situation, and they pulled up the footage from the lounge. I watched as the screen showed me sitting in my chair, leaving to get coffee, and then there it was. The suitcase, sitting still. No one touched it. No one came near it. And yet, on the screen, I could see it move. It didn't roll or slide the way you'd expect something to move if someone bumped into it. It simply shifted, almost like it had been picked up, and placed a few feet away without any visible force. The guards stared at the screen, now just as puzzled as I was. "Play it again," I said, my voice barely a whisper. They did, and again we all watched as the bag moved without any explanation. "Could be a malfunction with the camera," one of the guards offered, though he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe there's something wrong with the footage." I shook my head. I saw it. I saw it move. It wasn't just the camera. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. "Look, we can keep an eye on it," the first guard said. "But there's nothing we can really do if no one's touching it. You might want to stay close to your luggage, though." I nodded, though I wasn't sure what staying close would accomplish. Still, I took the bag back to the lounge, feeling more uneasy than ever. What could make a bag move on its own like that? I wasn't one to believe in the supernatural. I always looked for logical explanations. But this wasn't logical. I sat back down, this time gripping the handle of the suitcase tightly. My flight was still a while off, but I didn't care. I wanted to board that plane and get out of this airport as soon as possible. Every minute that passed felt like an hour, and I kept my eyes glued to the bag, waiting, half expecting it to shift again right in front of me. But it didn't move, not for the next half hour. It just sat there, as normal as ever. Eventually, I convinced myself that whatever had happened, it was over. Maybe the stress had gotten to me, or maybe there really was some weird malfunction with the camera footage. I just wanted to forget about it and move on. When they finally called for boarding, I got up, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. I grabbed the handle of the suitcase and rolled it toward the gate. As I moved, I noticed something odd. The suitcase felt lighter, almost too light, like it was empty. I stopped in the middle of the terminal and unzipped the bag, my hands trembling. I pulled it open, and my stomach dropped. It was completely empty. Everything inside, my clothes, my laptop, my documents, was gone. Not a single thing was left. I stood there, in the middle of the terminal, staring at the empty shell of my suitcase. There was no tear, no sign that anyone had broken into it. It was as if everything inside had just disappeared. I ran back to the security office, panic setting in. I explained what had happened, and they once again checked the footage. This time, I could barely breathe as I watched. The footage showed me sitting with my bag, getting up, talking to the guard, returning, and nothing else. No one touched the bag. No one had gone near it. But somehow, in the time between my conversation with the guard and my return to the lounge, everything had vanished from inside the suitcase. The guards were baffled, but there wasn't much they could do. There were no signs of a break-in, no evidence of theft. It was like the contents of the suitcase had simply ceased to exist. I boarded the plane in a daze, my empty suitcase beside me. I still couldn't understand what had happened. Was it some kind of elaborate prank? A glitch in reality? Or was it something else? Something I couldn't explain? All I knew was that I never wanted to set foot in that airport again. To this day, I can't shake the memory of that suitcase, sitting there as if nothing was wrong, even though everything inside had disappeared without a trace. I still travel for work, but every time I do, I keep a close eye on my luggage. Because now I know that sometimes the things we rely on the most can just vanish, without any warning at all. After that trip, I couldn't help but feel paranoid every time I traveled. It wasn't just about losing luggage anymore. It was the feeling that something strange and unexplainable had taken a piece of me with it. No matter how hard I tried to forget, I couldn't shake the memory of that suitcase shifting on its own, and the way everything inside had vanished without any trace. Friends and coworkers told me to write it off as a one-time fluke, just one of those unexplainable things that happen sometimes. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I had seen something that didn't belong in the world I thought I knew. A few months later, I had to pass through the same airport again. My heart raced as I stepped into the terminal, scanning the lounge where everything had unfolded. I didn't stay long. This time, I kept my luggage close, never letting it out of my sight. And as I boarded my flight, gripping the handle tight, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of relief when the plane finally took off. But part of me still wonders whatever force had moved my luggage and taken everything inside it. Was it finished with me? Or would it find me again, waiting for another chance to make something else disappear? I was exhausted from a long week of work, looking forward to the weekend I'd planned away. I had booked my flight to Chicago almost a month ago, and even got the confirmation email. My bag was packed. I arrived at the airport on time, went through security without a hitch, and made my way to the gate. There was something comforting about airports, how they always smelled like coffee, and the muffled sounds of announcements over the intercom. It was routine, a process. I checked my phone again. Gate 32. Flight 1704 to Chicago. Everything seemed fine. When they called for boarding, I got in line behind a few other people. I'd chosen a late-night flight on purpose, hoping to sleep through most of it and wake up in the city ready for my weekend. The airport wasn't too crowded. The lights were bright, buzzing softly above. I stepped forward, feeling the cold boarding pass in my hand. One more step, and I handed it to the attendant. He took it, scanned it, and frowned. A confused look crossed his face as he scanned it again. Then he tapped a few keys on his keyboard. "Are you sure this is your flight?" he asked, glancing at me, then back at the computer screen. I blinked, caught off guard. "Yeah, I just checked in about an hour ago." He turned the monitor a bit toward me and pointed at the screen. "There's no flight 1704 tonight. In fact, there's no record of a flight 1704 at all." I stared at the screen, dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" I got the email, and I checked in. "Can I see your confirmation email?" he asked. I quickly pulled it up on my phone and handed it to him. He squinted at the screen and then started typing again. His expression didn't change, though. He looked back up at me, more puzzled than ever. "This flight number, it doesn't exist in our system. There's no record of your booking at all," he said, his voice calm, but with an edge of concern. "That doesn't make sense," I insisted. "I booked it. I paid for it. I checked in. I just went through security with no problem." "Let me call someone," he said, before stepping away from the desk. I stood there, completely confused. This had to be a mistake. There was no way a flight I'd booked and checked in for just vanished. I looked around the waiting area. A few other passengers were still sitting there, checking their phones or sipping coffee. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the nagging feeling that something was wrong crept up on me. The attendant came back with a woman who looked like a supervisor. She offered me a polite smile, but there was something tired about it. "Can I see your confirmation email?" she asked. I handed her my phone, and she looked at the screen. Her eyes flicked over the email. Then she pulled out a tablet and began checking something. "We don't have flight 1704, she finally said, echoing the man. "And it looks like there's no booking under your name in our system." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. That's impossible. I got through security with the ticket. I've been here for an hour. The supervisor raised her hand to stop me, trying to remain calm. "I don't know how this happened, but sometimes there are system glitches. It's rare, but it's possible. Did you book through a third-party site? No, directly through the airline's website, I said quickly. It's all in that email. She gave a sympathetic nod, but didn't seem convinced. I'll have to check with Ed, but right now, there's no record of this flight. I'm sorry. So what am I supposed to do? I asked, my voice rising a little with frustration. I have to get to Chicago. We can book you on the next available flight, she offered, but it might not be until morning. I wanted to argue, but I could tell she was trying to help. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. I checked my phone again, staring at the confirmation email, trying to find something, anything, that would explain what was going on. I pulled up the airline's app, and my boarding pass was still there. Flight 1704 to Chicago. Seat 12A, everything was exactly as it should be. But when I tried to refresh the app, it wouldn't load. No error message, just an endless spinning wheel that went nowhere. I tried refreshing my email. Same thing. No connection. My phone's signal bars were full, but nothing was working. I'll just wait over there, I mumbled, stepping away from the counter. I sat down in one of the empty chairs near the gate. The other passengers who had been sitting there earlier were gone. The area seemed emptier now, almost too quiet. I stared at my phone, still trying to get the app to load, but it just hung there, stuck in that spinning limbo. Time passed, 10, 15 minutes, maybe more. No announcements, no new passengers arriving at the gate, just silence. I glanced at the flight board on the wall nearby. It was still showing the same flights it had earlier, except there was no sign of Flight 1704. It wasn't delayed, cancelled, or anything. It was like it never existed. The quiet felt heavier now, like a weight pressing down. My heart started to race, a nervous, hollow feeling building in my chest. I looked around again, and for the first time, I realized I was the only person left in the entire gate area. The lights seemed dimmer, casting long shadows across the floor. There was a strange stillness, like everything had just stopped. I got up, pacing toward the window to look out at the tarmac. The planes were still there, parked in neat rows, but none of them were moving. There were no ground crew, no flashing lights, just silence. I turned back toward the gate desk, but the attendant and supervisor were gone too. The desk was empty. I pulled out my phone again, desperate to call someone, anyone, but there was no signal now. The bars were gone, and my phone was useless in my hand. Strange thought crossed my mind. What if I wasn't supposed to be here? What if this was some kind of mistake, something beyond just a booking error? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I walked back to the gate desk, hoping someone would come back, but no one did. I looked at the clock on the wall. It hadn't moved. The second hand was frozen, stuck in place. That's when I heard it. A faint sound, like footsteps coming from the hallway behind the gate. I turned toward the sound, but I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps grew louder, coming closer. My heart raced faster, and I stood frozen, staring down the hallway. A shadow moved at the far end of the hall. I could barely make out a figure standing there, just out of sight. I squinted, trying to see who it was, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there watching me. I took a step back, my mouth dry. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move, just stood there, in the shadows, silent. Panic surged through me. I turned and bolted toward the exit, running as fast as I could. My footsteps echoed through the empty terminal, the sound bouncing off the walls, I didn't stop until I reached the main concourse. It was empty. Completely empty. Every gate, every shop, every hallway. No people, no staff. Nothing. Just rows of seats and empty counters. The lights hummed above me, but they seemed dimmer, flickering slightly. I spun around, searching for any sign of life, but there was none. The airport was deserted. My breathing was fast and ragged now, panic flooding my mind. I didn't understand. I was here. I was supposed to be on a flight to Chicago. How could everything just disappear? I looked at my phone again, but it was dead. No signal, no battery, nothing. I felt like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare. And then I heard it again. The footsteps. But this time, they were closer. I whipped around, searching for the source of the sound. The footsteps were steady, deliberate, and coming straight toward me from one of the darkened hallways. My chest tightened as I tried to make sense of it. There was no one else here. No flights. No people. Just that figure in the shadows. The sound grew louder, each step heavier, echoing through the empty terminal like a slow drumbeat. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, every muscle locked in fear. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the shadow again. It was closer now, almost at the edge of the concourse, but still too far to make out any details. My pulse raced, and I forced myself to move, stumbling backward, keeping my eyes fixed on the dark figure. But no matter how fast I backed away, it kept coming slow, steady, relentless. As I retreated, the lights around me began to dim further, one by one, leaving me surrounded by creeping darkness. I had the terrifying feeling that somehow, whatever was coming toward me already knew I didn't belong here. I was exhausted. After a full day of sightseeing, I couldn't wait to get back to my hotel room. The streets had been crowded, the weather was hot, and my feet ached from walking around all day. All I wanted was to collapse onto the bed and let my body sink into the mattress. The moment I saw the hotel in the distance, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It was a small, cozy place, not one of those massive chains. I'd always liked staying at quieter spots when I travelled. Less noise, fewer people, more charm. This one had caught my eye online because of its old-world style. The website said the hotel had been there since the early 1900s, and I liked the idea of staying somewhere with history. The building looked even more charming in person, with its weathered stone facade and arched windows that made it seem frozen in time. I headed straight to the elevator, barely registering the receptionist at the front desk, giving me a polite nod. My room was on the third floor, 306. It had been a long day, and I wasn't in the mood for small talk, so I just nodded back and kept walking. The elevator door opened with a ding, and I stepped inside, already picturing the soft bed, the cool sheets. My room was down the hall, the last one on the right. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the little plastic keycard the receptionist had given me when I checked in that morning. The light above the door handle glowed red when I held the card to the sensor. It didn't unlock. I frowned, turning the card over, thinking maybe I had it the wrong way. I tried again, sliding the keycard slowly this time, but the door didn't open. The red light flashed again, like it was mocking me. "Come on," I muttered under my breath. I swiped the card a few more times, each attempt more frustrating than the last. But nothing worked. Maybe I'd demagnetized it. That sometimes happened, right? If the card got too close to a fault or something, it stopped working. I sighed and turned back toward the elevator. The front desk would be able to reset it. The receptionist was still there when I walked up, smiling warmly. I noticed that she looked a little older than I remembered, but I brushed it off. Maybe I hadn't really looked at her before. "Hi," I said, trying to sound less tired than I felt. "My key isn't working for some reason. I'm in room 306. Her smile faltered slightly, and she looked at me like she was trying to figure something out. 306. Yeah. I've been staying there since this morning, I said, confused by her hesitation. I just need a new key. She stared at me for a moment longer, her eyes narrowing as if she was debating something internally. Then she gave a nervous laugh. "That room hasn't been booked in a long time," she said, her voice careful. I blinked. "What do you mean?" "I checked in today." She reached under the desk and pulled out a large, dusty book, flipping through its pages. I leaned over slightly, watching her scan the records. Her fingers stopped at a particular page, and she ran them across the column of names. She looked back up at me, this time with a strange look in her eyes. "There's no one staying in 306, she said. "In fact, no one's booked that room in over a year." For a second, I thought she was joking. I half smiled, waiting for her to realize her mistake, but she didn't. The uneasy silence stretched between us. I felt a cold wave crawl up my spine. "That's not possible," I said, my voice coming out shakier than I wanted. "I've been staying there all day. I have my things in there. You gave me the key this morning." Her expression shifted, and she leaned in, lowering her voice. "Sir, are you sure? Room 306 is locked. No one has stayed in that room since." She trailed off, and I noticed her glance over her shoulder at one of the older employees in the back. "Well, it's been a long time." I felt my heart rate pick up. "I'm telling you, I'm staying there. My suitcase, my passport, everything is in that room." She stared at me like she wasn't sure what to say next. I could see the doubt flicker in her eyes. "I can take you up there if you want," she finally said. "But I'm warning you, that room has been empty for a while." I didn't know what else to do. "Fine," I muttered. "Let's go." She pulled out a master key from a drawer and led me back to the elevator. The ride up was suffocating, filled with an awkward silence. She kept looking at me out of the corner of her eye, and it was making me feel weird, like I was doing something wrong. My skin prickled with tension as the elevator dinged and the door slid open. We walked down the hall to room 306. The door was just as I'd left it, the same number on the plaque, the same patterned wallpaper surrounding it. She hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and sliding the master key into the slot. There was a soft click, and she turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing the room inside. Only it wasn't the room I remembered. My suitcase wasn't there. Neither were my clothes. The bed was stripped bare, no sheets, no pillows, just a bare, dusty mattress. The air inside was cold, and the room had a stale, unused smell. It looked like no one had been in here for months. I took a step inside, my stomach flipping. This isn't right," I whispered. My mind raced as I tried to understand what was happening. "This isn't how it looked this morning." My stuff was right here on the bed. She stood in the doorway, frowning. "Sir, no one has stayed in this room for a long time," she repeated, like she was explaining something obvious. I shook my head, my pulse racing. No, I was in here. I checked in. I unpacked I rushed over to where I had set my suitcase that morning, expecting to see some trace of my things, but there was nothing. The room was empty, completely empty. A layer of dust covered the windowsill, and the air felt thick, like no one had disturbed it in ages. "This doesn't make sense," I said, turning back to her. "I was here. I swear I was here." Her face softened, but there was still something off in her eyes, like she didn't entirely believe me. "Let me check with my manager," she said quietly, stepping back into the hallway. Maybe there was a mix-up. She left me standing there, in the middle of the room that was supposed to be mine, but looked like a ghost of itself. I felt my hands shake a little as I stood there, my mind spinning. What was going on? How could a room change like that? Where was my stuff? I sat down on the bare mattress, feeling a knot of anxiety form in my chest. I didn't know how long I sat there, but eventually she returned with the manager, a tall, older man with a serious expression. He introduced himself, but barely waited for me to respond before walking into the room, looking around like he already knew what he was going to find. "We haven't rented this room out for over a year," he said, not even bothering with pleasantries. "It's been closed off for maintenance." "But I was in here," I argued, standing up. "I checked in this morning. I stayed here all day. My stuff." "We haven't checked anyone into this room," he interrupted, his tone final. "If you're confused, we can help find your booking, but no one has been staying in 306. My heart dropped. It didn't feel like they were just being dismissive. They truly believed no one had stayed here. "I have the key," I said, pulling out the plastic card and holding it up. "This is the key you gave me this morning." The manager looked at the key card, his brow furrowing. He stepped forward and took it from me, turning it over in his hand. Then, without a word, he walked over to the door and swiped it. The light didn't flash. The card didn't work. He looked back at me, holding up the key. "This card is invalid. It's not even registered in our system." I stared at the card in his hand, feeling like I was in some kind of nightmare. "But we'll need to sort this out downstairs," he said firmly. "Let's get you situated in the right room." They escorted me out of the room and back to the front desk, but even as they worked to find my real booking, I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that clung to me. They ended up giving me a new room, but something about it felt off. I stayed there that night, but I couldn't sleep, every sound in the hall making me jump. I never did figure out what happened to my things. My suitcase, my passport, everything was gone. The hotel insisted there was no record of me checking into 306, and the room itself remained sealed after that night. I left the hotel the next morning, cutting my trip short. I didn't feel safe there anymore, not after what had happened. Even now, I can't explain it, but part of me knows that whatever had happened in that room was something more than a simple mix-up. I don't know what it was, but I'll never forget the feeling I had standing in that empty room, the feeling that something, or someone, had erased me from that space like I had never been there at all. I had always wanted to visit that city. Its narrow, winding streets, ancient stone buildings, and rich history called to me. So when I finally saved enough money to take a vacation, I booked a guided tour. It was one of those tours where the guide spoke perfect English and knew every corner of the city like the back of their hand. It seemed like the perfect way to take it all in without the stress of navigating a foreign place on my own. The day started normally enough. There were about 10 of us in the group, strangers from different countries, but all excited to see the same landmarks. Our guide, a cheerful woman named Clara, met us outside a cafe near the main square. She had a bright smile and held a small flag to make sure we could always find her, no matter how crowded the streets got. We walked through the main square, with its buzzing energy of tourists, locals, and street vendors. Clara pointed out the old cathedral, the market, and the statues that stood watch over the square. Every corner seemed alive with stories from the past, and I felt lucky to be there, experiencing it all. It wasn't until about an hour into the tour that things started to go wrong. We had just finished visiting a small museum and were making our way through a maze of narrow streets. The buildings on either side seemed to lean over us, their old stone walls casting long shadows in the afternoon light. I remember being so fascinated by the architecture that I stopped for just a second to take a picture of a particularly interesting doorway. The design was intricate, and the wood looked ancient, worn down by hundreds of years of people passing through it. When I finished taking the photo, I looked up, expecting to see the group just ahead. But the street was empty. I must have been more distracted than I thought, because I couldn't hear Clara's voice anymore either. I hurried forward, thinking maybe they had turned a corner. But when I reached the next intersection, there was no sign of them. The street branched off in two directions. I couldn't remember which way they had gone, but I was sure I'd find them quickly. I picked the left path, jogging a little to catch up. After a few minutes, I still didn't see anyone from the group. I began to feel a twinge of worry in my chest. I stopped in the middle of the street, turning slowly in place, trying to figure out where I went wrong. The buildings around me seemed unfamiliar. They didn't look like the touristy part of the city anymore. These streets were quieter, emptier, and felt older somehow, as if time had forgotten them. I pulled out my phone to call the tour company, or at least check the map, but there was no signal. No internet, no service, nothing. That didn't make sense. We weren't that far from the city centre, and I had full reception just a little while ago. Still, I tried to stay calm. I reasoned that I couldn't have been too far behind. Maybe the group had gone into another small museum or shop, and I just hadn't noticed. I walked a bit further down the street, hoping to see them around the next corner. But when I turned it, all I found was more empty street. Now, panic was starting to creep in. The streets were narrowing even more, and there were fewer signs of life. No tourists, no shops, just old stone walls and crumbling windows. I hurried to the next intersection, and then the next, but it felt like I was getting deeper into some part of the city that I wasn't supposed to be in. The sky above me started to darken as clouds gathered. I still hadn't seen a single person. The silence was thick, almost oppressive. It was like the city had swallowed me whole. I began to retrace my steps, hoping to find my way back to the main square. But the more I walked, the more I realized I didn't recognize anything. The streets had twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense. I paused to catch my breath, trying to calm the growing dread inside me. That's when I saw it. Ahead of me, at the end of the street, was the tour group. They were standing there, about 100 feet away, just like before. Clara's flag waved gently above their heads, and they all stood in a cluster, listening as she spoke. Relief washed over me. I must have looped back around and found them again. I started walking toward them, but as I got closer, something wasn't right. They weren't moving. I stopped walking and looked closer. The group was standing perfectly still, too still. No one shifted, no one adjusted their bags, no one even scratched their head. It was like they were frozen in place. I called out to them, waving my arm. "Hey, I'm over here." No one responded. They didn't even turn to look at me. A cold chill ran through me. I started walking toward them again, but slower this time. My heart was racing now, and every instinct I had told me something was very wrong. The closer I got, the stranger it felt. The air around them seemed wrong, like there was something off about the way it looked, the way it felt. I stopped about 20 feet away, unsure of what to do. They still hadn't moved. Clara's flag was waving gently in the air, but the rest of the group did nothing. "Clara." I called again, my voice trembling. Silence. I took a step closer, but then something happened that made me stop cold. One of the group members, a woman standing near the back, turned her head slightly. It was a slow, unnatural movement, like someone moving a mannequin. Her face wasn't right. Her eyes were wide, too wide, and her mouth was stretched into a strange, unsettling smile. The others slowly began to turn too, their heads moving in the same unnatural way. They were all smiling now, wide and unblinking, staring straight at me. But it wasn't just the smiles that terrified me. It was their eyes, empty, hollow, like they were looking at something far beyond me. I stumbled backward, my heart racing in my chest. I couldn't look away, but every fibre of my being screamed for me to run. Something was terribly wrong with them, with all of this. I turned and bolted, not caring where I was going anymore, just needing to get as far away as possible. I ran blindly through the twisting streets, my breath coming in gasps. The narrow alleyways seemed to close in on me, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I didn't even know where I was going anymore, just away from whatever that was. Finally, after what felt like hours of running, I burst into an open square. It was the main square, the one we had started from. I almost cried in relief as I saw other people, tourists, vendors, and the familiar sights of the city. I slowed to a stop, my legs trembling beneath me. I scanned the square looking for Clara, looking for anyone from the group, but they were gone, completely gone. I made my way to the cafe where we had started, hoping to find someone, anyone, who could help. Inside I found Clara, sitting at a table with a cup of coffee, chatting with another tour guide. When she saw me, her face lit up in surprise. "Oh, you're back. I thought you left the tour early." I stared at her, confused and out of breath. "What do you mean?" "I didn't leave. I got lost. I saw the group." Clara's smile faltered a little, and she frowned. "But we never went down those streets. After the museum, we came straight back here. I didn't see you after that." I shook my head, trying to make sense of what she was saying. "No, I saw you. You were standing there with the group, but something was wrong." Clara looked genuinely concerned now. "We didn't go anywhere else." "Are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Those streets can be confusing." I didn't know how to explain what I had seen, what I had experienced. The group, their smiles, their eyes, it wasn't normal. None of it was. "I don't know what happened," I said quietly, "but something wasn't right." Clara offered to take me back to my hotel, and I agreed, still shaken. As we walked back through the busy streets, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those smiling faces again, but I never did. To this day, I still don't know what happened in those narrow streets. I don't know if I took a wrong turn, or if I saw something I wasn't meant to see. But one thing is certain. I'll never go back to that part of the city again. Even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to leave. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, just before I fall asleep, I see those empty eyes and stretched smiles in my mind, staring at me, as if waiting for me to return. And every so often, I catch myself wondering if that part of the city is still there hidden away, waiting for someone else to fall behind, and find themselves trapped in a place where time and reality seem to twist into something unrecognizable. I've never really been one to scare easily. I don't jump at horror movies, and I've never believed in ghosts. But something changed during a business trip I took a few months ago, something I still can't fully explain. It started when I checked into a hotel in a small, quiet town. The place was old, but not in a creepy way, more like it had been well maintained over the years, with a lot of its original charm still intact. The building had that vintage feel, creaky wooden floors, ornate wallpaper, and heavy old-fashioned curtains. The front desk was run by a man in his 50s who welcomed me with a smile and handed me my key. Not a key card, an actual metal key. That should have been my first hint that this place was stuck in another time. I was in town for a couple of days to meet with a client, so I didn't pay much attention to the hotel at first. I'd wake up, go to my meetings, come back, and crash in bed. It wasn't until my second night there that things started getting strange. It was late, probably around 11 p.m., and I was heading back to my room after grabbing a drink at the hotel bar. I'd taken the elevator up to the 3rd floor, where my room was. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed someone ahead of me. It was a man, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit. You know the kind, high collar, long coat, kind of stuffy looking. The outfit struck me as odd, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured he was going to some themed event, or was maybe one of those people who just like dressing in vintage clothing. But the odd thing was, he wasn't walking like a normal person. His pace was slow, almost too slow, like he was either very tired or didn't have anywhere in particular to go. He didn't turn around or acknowledge me as I walked behind him. I passed him and gave him a quick nod, but he didn't respond, not even a glance in my direction. I shrugged it off and went to my room, assuming he was just another guest. The next morning, I saw him again. This time, it was early, around 7 a.m. I was grabbing a quick breakfast in the lobby before heading out to my meeting, and there he was, standing near the front desk. Same old-fashioned suit, same blank expression. He didn't seem to be checking in or talking to anyone. He was just standing there, staring at the floor. I caught the eye of the front desk clerk, the same man who had checked me in. I leaned over the counter and, half joking, asked, "Is there some kind of costume party going on that I don't know about?" The clerk frowned, looking confused. "No, not that I'm aware of." "Why do you ask?" I gestured toward the man in the suit, who was now slowly walking toward the entrance. "That guy. I saw him last night, too. He's dressed like it's the 1920s or something." The clerk's face changed. For a second, I thought I saw something close to fear flash in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. "Oh, him? Don't worry about it," he said, his tone flat. "Some guests like to get into the spirit of the hotel's history." I nodded, but the way he said it didn't sit right with me. There was something off about the whole thing. Still, I didn't push it. I had a busy day ahead, and I wasn't about to get hung up on some guy's weird fashion choices. That night, things got even stranger. After my meeting, I got back to the hotel late, probably around midnight. The halls were quiet, and I was ready to crash. But as soon as I stepped off the elevator, I felt like something was wrong. It was that man again. He was standing at the end of the hallway, near my room. His back was to me, just like before, but this time he wasn't moving. He just stood there motionless. I hesitated, feeling an odd chill creep up my spine. Something about him wasn't right. I told myself to stop being paranoid. He was probably just another guest, maybe a little odd, but nothing more. I walked toward my room, keeping an eye on him as I approached. When I was about 5 feet away, he turned. I'll never forget the way his face looked in that moment. Pale, almost colourless. His eyes were dull, like they weren't really seeing anything. He didn't blink, didn't speak, didn't even seem to breathe. He just looked at me, expressionless. I tried to give him a polite smile, but my mouth felt dry, and my heart was starting to race in my chest. Good evening," I said, hoping to break the tension. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned away from me and slowly walked down the hall, disappearing around the corner. I stood there for a minute, my mind buzzing. Something about that man was wrong, deeply wrong. I hurried into my room, locking the door behind me, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window made me jump. I kept expecting to hear footsteps outside my door or see a shadow slip under the crack at the bottom. But nothing happened. The next morning, I decided to ask about the man again. I couldn't let it go. When I went down to the front desk, the same clerk was there. I walked up, hesitated for a moment, then said, "That guy in the old suit, I've seen him every night. Is he a regular here or something?" The clerk's face went pale, and this time he didn't hide his reaction. He glanced around, then leaned in closer to me, lowering his voice. "We don't usually talk about it," he said quietly, "but you're not the first person to notice him." I felt a chill run through me. "What do you mean?" "There was a guest, decades ago," the clerk said, his eyes darting nervously to the empty lobby. "Stayed here for months, back in the 1930s. He was a little strange. Always wore the same suit, barely spoke to anyone. One night, he just disappeared. Left everything behind in his room. No one ever saw him leave, and no one knows what happened to him." I stared at the clerk, my stomach turning. "Are you saying that's him? The guy I've been seeing?" The clerk swallowed, looking uncomfortable. "We've had a few guests over the years who've seen someone fitting his description. But it's not possible, of course. He'd be long dead by now." I didn't know what to say. It didn't make any sense. Ghosts weren't real. They couldn't be. But there was no other explanation for what I had seen. I left the hotel that day, cutting my trip short. I couldn't stay there another night. As I packed my things, I kept thinking about that man, about his empty eyes and the way he just appeared, without any explanation. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just a coincidence, or maybe even a prank the hotel played on guests to scare them. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Weeks passed, and I tried to forget about the whole thing. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, I think I see him again. A shadow in the corner of my eye, just standing there watching. And every time I do, I wonder if I'll ever be able to get away from him, or if he's always been there, waiting for the right moment to show himself again. I thought leaving the hotel would bring me some peace, but it didn't. After I got back home, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see him in every quiet corner, every dark hallway. I kept telling myself that it was all in my head, that I was letting a creepy coincidence get to me. But every night, as soon as the lights were off, I'd feel it again, the sense that someone else was there watching me. It was the same feeling I'd had at the hotel, and no matter how many times I checked the locks or closed the blinds, it wouldn't go away. One evening, about a week after I left, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally, I wouldn't answer, but something made me pick up. When I said hello, there was no response at first, just static, like an old radio signal. I waited, listening, and then I heard something faint, something that made my skin crawl. It was a voice, barely audible, saying my name. It was slow, deliberate, and filled with an emptiness I couldn't describe. The call cut out after that, but I couldn't shake the sound. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, maybe just a bad connection, but the fear that crept up my spine told me otherwise. The last time I saw him was a few days after the call. I was walking home late from work, the streetlights casting long shadows across the sidewalk. As I turned the corner toward my building, I saw him, standing by the entrance. I travel a lot for work. Airports, hotels, conference rooms, they all blur together after a while. One hotel room starts to look just like the next. Maybe that's why I didn't notice anything at first. I was tired and hungry. I needed to prepare for the next day's meetings. The hotel seemed like any other I'd stayed in. Neutral colours, bland art on the walls, clean but sterile. You know the type. I had checked in late the night before, after a delayed flight and hours sitting in a cramped seat. All I wanted was to crash. The room was fine, small, nothing fancy, but decent enough. A bed, a small table with a chair, a TV mounted on the wall, and a desk tucked in the corner. It had everything I needed, and that's all I cared about. The next morning, I rushed out for my first meeting. I barely had time to grab a coffee on my way out. It was going to be one of those long days, back-to-back meetings, networking presentations. By the time I finally got back to the hotel, it was late. My feet ached, my head was pounding, and all I wanted was to lie down. I opened the door to my room without a second thought, tossed my bag on the floor, and froze. The furniture wasn't where I left it. At first, I thought I must have remembered wrong. It had been a long day. Maybe my memory was playing tricks on me. The bed was now up against the opposite wall. The chair, which had been next to the window, was now in front of the TV. And the small table was pushed up against the bed, like someone had used it as a nightstand. It didn't make sense. The hotel cleaning staff must have done it, I thought. Maybe they moved the furniture around while cleaning, although I'd never heard of a hotel doing that. I wasn't sure what to think, but I tried not to let it get to me. I figured I could ask about it later. Right now, I just wanted to rest. I sat down on the bed, feeling uneasy but trying to shake it off. I turned on the TV, letting the noise fill the room as I scrolled through my phone. But I kept glancing at the furniture out of the corner of my eye. It bothered me more than it should have. There was something wrong about it, like it didn't belong that way. Eventually, I convinced myself that I was overreacting. I'd ask at the front desk in the morning, but for now it wasn't worth losing sleep over. I turned off the TV, changed into my pajamas, and crawled into bed. The room was too quiet now, too still. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The rearranged furniture gnawed at me, but I tried to push it to the back of my mind. I was exhausted, and I needed sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. The room was dark, but something felt wrong. The kind of wrong that makes your skin crawl. I lay there, heart racing, straining to listen for any noise. It was silent, too silent. My eyes slowly adjusted to the dark, and that's when I noticed it. The chair. It had moved. It was now at the foot of the bed, like someone had pulled it up to watch me sleep. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest. My eyes darted around the room, looking for any sign that someone had been there. The door was locked, the curtains drawn. No one should have been able to get in, and yet the chair had definitely moved. I couldn't explain it, and that made it worse. Maybe I was sleepwalking. Maybe I had kicked it by accident, but I knew that wasn't true. The chair had been across the room when I went to bed. Now it was right in front of me, as if someone had dragged it closer while I slept. My mind raced through possibilities. Had someone else been in the room? Had they moved the chair while I was asleep? But there was no way for them to get in. I got up, checked the door, the windows, the bathroom. Nothing. I was alone and everything else was in place. Except for the chair. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe the cleaning staff moved it again. But in the middle of the night, it didn't make any sense. Still, I tried to convince myself there had to be a logical explanation. I moved the chair back to where it had been and sat on the edge of the bed, wide awake now. That's when I noticed something else. The table. It had moved too. I stood there, staring at it, trying to figure out how this was happening. I hadn't touched the table. No one else had been in the room, but it was in a different spot than before, just a few inches closer to the bed. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't normal. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 3:47 a.m. Too late to call the front desk, but I couldn't stay in that room. I didn't care how tired I was. I wasn't about to sleep in a room where the furniture seemed to move on its own. I got dressed quickly, threw my things into my bag, and left the room. The hallway felt too bright after the dark of the room. I walked to the front desk, trying to think of how to explain this without sounding crazy. The night clerk looked up from his computer as I approached. He gave me a tired smile. "Everything okay?" he asked. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think someone's been in my room." He frowned. "What room are you in?" "Oh, 314, I said, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the door swing open behind me. He typed something into his computer, then looked back at me. "We haven't had anyone in that room except you." I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Are you sure? Because the furniture keeps moving." He raised an eyebrow. "Moving." I nodded. "The bed, the chair, the table. They're not where they were when I left this morning. And then, in the middle of the night, the chair was at the foot of my bed." The clerk stared at me for a moment, probably wondering if I was drunk or just overtired. "I can have someone check the security footage," he offered. "But no one should have access to your room but you." "Please," I said, feeling a little desperate now. "Just check." He nodded, looking more serious now, and motioned for me to wait while he went into the back. I stood there, feeling the weight of the silence in the lobby pressing down on me. I kept glancing toward the hallway that led back to the rooms, half expecting to see someone, or something watching me. After what felt like forever, the clerk came back out. His face was pale. "There's no one on the footage," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" I asked, my heart pounding again. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "We checked. No one entered your room all day. No one left either." I shook my head. "That's not possible. The furniture." "I know," he said, cutting me off. "But the footage doesn't lie. No one was there." I didn't know what to say. How could the furniture have moved if no one had been in the room? How could the chair have been at the foot of my bed if no one had touched it? I didn't go back to the room that night. The clerk offered to switch me to another room, but I declined. I couldn't stay there, not after what had happened. I ended up checking out early and staying at a different hotel for the rest of my trip. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in that room with me. Something I couldn't see. Something that moved the furniture around for reasons I couldn't understand. To this day, I still think about that hotel room. I wonder if someone else has stayed there since, if they'd noticed the same strange movements, the same eerie shifts in the furniture. I wonder if it's still happening, or if whatever was there has moved on. Or worse, if it's still waiting for someone else to notice. Even now, months later, the memory still haunts me. Every time I check into a new hotel, I find myself carefully examining the room. I take mental notes of where everything is: the bed, the chair, the table, like I'm preparing for it to happen again. And every night, no matter how tired I am, I lie awake for a long time listening, waiting. I can't help it. The fear has stuck with me, deep inside, like something I can't shake. I tried telling a few close friends about it, but they mostly just laughed it off. Stress, they said. Work's getting to you. One friend even joked that I'd been binge-watching too many ghost shows. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know how it felt. That feeling of not being alone, even when you're the only one in the room, it's not something you can easily forget. I don't stay at that chain of hotels anymore, just in case. The thought of walking into another room like that, it's too much. Sometimes, though, late at night, when the world is quiet, I wonder about that room. I wonder if I'll ever be able to forget it completely. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, it wasn't just the furniture that moved. Maybe, somewhere in that room, something was watching me. Something that wanted me to notice it. Something that got a little too close.